Hey guys, Rambo here with a live commentary playthrough of Dead Ops Arcade 4, Papaback in Black, which is a zombies game mode found here in Call of Duty Black Ops 7. So once we're in the zombies menu, we're just going to click on select match, scroll down to DUA 4, solo, and we're going to do normal difficulty. So I'll kind of explain some of the differences between casual and normal as we progress, but normal has the top-down camera mode available. Keep in mind, Gobblegums are available in DUA as well, and you can customize your pack for DUA specifically. So we're going to go ahead and start the mission here. Also, field upgrades do have augments that you could customize in the zombies menu, and most of those augments do carry over to DUA as well. While we're waiting for this match to load, we're going to just pop about 4 hours of double XP. There's a double XP event starting in about 2 hours, but I don't know if it's going to apply while we're in the match. Let you guys watch the cutscene here. So of course, the typical DUA story there with the chicken being stolen from the soldier by the silverback. Start off the game, it's going to show you some of the basic controls available. You have different camera modes available. We have extra high over here, low, standard, and high. We're going to usually hover around high, maybe sometimes go to extra high, but extra high is sometimes a little too high in this game, so we're going to stay at high. And once we complete this round, I'm just going to quickly show you some of my DUA settings, although a lot of it is a matter of personal preference. Every round you get a minimum of 1 nuke, so we're going to end up using that here shortly once we see the zombie counter appear at the very bottom next to the round indicator. In normal mode, the rounds, so there's the indicator there at the bottom, 40, 38 zombies. We're going to drop a bomb and it should clear the round. So we're just going to quickly go to the start menu and hover over to Dead Ops Arcade settings. And I'm just going to quickly show you this to you right now. You don't got to copy the settings exactly. It's a matter of preference, like I mentioned earlier. But text bubbles, I like disabling. It's kind of visual clutter. Float and damage numbers I do find helpful, although they are a tad bit too big on this game. And then the rest of it is kind of up to you. You know, vibration disabled and so on and so forth. New to DUA 4 are the Gobblegums. I'm not going to use any red Gobblegums in this game, but I might use a few other ones throughout. We're actually going to pop Tactical Diffusion here in a bit. That's going to allow us to build up some cash by dropping nukes. Like previous EUA games, we're back on the island arena for the very first arena of the game. I'm going to use this Tactical Diffusion right now. These chests here on the island arena will give you guaranteed 3 weapons. A lot of the gold isn't worth all that much, so I'm not going to spend too much time collecting every last pile, although in your match it might be worth it to collect it. It increases your score multiplier and also awards you points as well. The multiplier bar on this game is Very difficult to fill, more so than previous DOA games. So for tactical diffusion, the gobblegum that I popped, it's a blue one, so not exactly something that's rare to get, even though it's a rare gobblegum. But for every nuke you drop, you get 2,000 cash to use in the Slayer Mart, which you'll be seeing here in a bit. But there's a maximum of 3 nukes that you could drop. So we're gonna head on over to a guaranteed bonus room here. At the end of the 3rd round of each arena, you pretty much are guaranteed a bonus room. This one is Poppy's Pirate Plunder. There are 2 pieces of armory here that are hidden. You're not going to see them in top down unless you go out of your way to get them. So one of them is in the left corner over here. That's going to be a nuke, and over here is going to be a speed boost. I'm actually going to drop a bomb just to get some extra cash from my gobblegum before it expires. And over here we have a dog, Poppy. That's the dog of the main developer, David King, aka Jugga Jugga on Twitter. He's the creator of DOA, and he has a little Easter egg for himself here in the water. It says King. That's a good segue to our next topic. I actually met him in person back in July. I was flown over to Treyarch to playtest the game and provide some feedback on it before release. Then I was also invited a second time in October for some additional feedback, so that was definitely a very cool experience. I've known him for a while now. I offered a lot of post-launch feedback for both DOA 2 and 3. This time it was more official, and definitely a very cool experience, and I'll maybe drop some little tidbits from it throughout this match. You'll notice on this round the little campfire where the DOA text is right over here next to me will actually damage you and the zombies, so just something to keep in mind. And here we have a course cutscene with the Papaback, very similar to the cutscene that would occur at the end of round 4 on DOA 3. So the DOA games, they come out every 5 years, every other Black Ops title. I hear it all the time from people. Black Ops 1 had DOA 1 back in 2010. 5 years later, there was DOA 2 and Black Ops 3. 5 years after that, we had DOA 3 and Cold War. And here we are in 2025, DOA 4 and Black Ops 7. So, you know what that means, 2030, right? Over here at the end of arenas, you'll see a gobblegum machine. I'm just going to spin it once to see what we get here. It's a red gum. I'm not going to take it in this instance. What I'll actually do, though, is I'll switch over to a different gobblegum pack for future arenas. So you could equip up to 5 different packs, which is helpful for kind of having different packs for different situations. In this case, I'm actually going to switch over to pack number 4. This is going to be some of the drops that are going to be helpful in some of the later rounds. This is the Papaback trail that shows you all the arenas. There are 20 arenas in normal. That differs from casual, which only has 40 rounds. And you get to kind of choose your path in some instances. This is our first challenge round, Armor Play Special, introducing a new enemy to the mix. For those who are not too familiar with DOA, usually these challenge rounds always, like I said, introduce a new enemy type. And those enemies typically will remain in the enemy pool for the remainder of the match. This is the Babylon map from Black Ops 6 Zombies, for those who played multiplayer. Or excuse me, not Black Ops 6 Zombies, Black Ops Multiplayer for Black Ops 6. And there's also these little boxes over here that will spawn some loot and also some rats that slow you down, so be careful for those little rats. You could get some pretty useful stuff out of these boxes. I've seen extra lives and vortexes and stuff of that nature. So definitely, as long as you're not surrounded by zombies, definitely worth shooting them to see kind of what goodies you could get. But speaking of Black Ops 6 Zombies, I believe these rats that come out of the boxes are from the Black Ops 6 Zombies map, Citadel, Daymore. So the scoreboard is going to show you a few things of note. The number of times that you died, your kills, some other stats that aren't too important, like chickens obtained, items obtained. And also, a new mechanic here in DOA4 is cash. So I'll speak more about that here in a couple rounds. But essentially, DOA3 has keys. There's no keys in this game. There's no wild area, although there are elements that are similar to the wild in some scenarios. But the cache is kind of a new component that will come into play here in a few rounds with something called the Slayer Mart, which kind of introduces a roguelike element to the UA, purchasing different abilities, some of them temporary, some of them permanent. You'll also notice at the very top of the map, at the top of the screen, you'll see exit available, auto advance in 1 minute 47, 1 minute 46. That is a new feature as well. It's kind of a byproduct of the game moving to dedicated servers for the first time, for DOA at least. Call of Duty has been running on dedicated servers for zombies since Vanguard in 2021. So Cold War missed out on that. Luckily or unluckily, depending on your viewpoint. Also, dedicated servers means you're not playing on 0 ping on solo. I'm very close to it. You can see in the top left I'm on 4 or 5 ping, with the server being located very close to me. But it is possible to lag on solo as a result. There is a save and quit option. They introduced that with Black Ops 6 Zombies last year, and it carries over for this game. The save and quit currently is a little buggy in some scenarios where certain abilities don't carry over when you save and quit. By the same token, it's a little broken. You could kind of repeatedly save and quit on the same round, so it kind of goes both ways at the very moment. Again, I mentioned that at the end of every third round of an arena, you're guaranteed a room. Some of them are curated to be thematically related to the arena you're in. So this one is going to be a guaranteed Reddin's Rally Silverback Challenge. You have 3 different camera views here. I like playing in first person for this one, although if you want to see the whole map, you can play in top-down view. And this is where you're going to collect those cash coins. So whenever you collect them, you'll notice your cash go up. So I have 6,500. Now I have 7,000. So good way to track your caches through the scoreboard. Also the ability to boost here to propel yourself a bit. Gonna wait for some coins to pop up here. So this challenge was in DOA 2, for those who remember. At the end of round 11 on that game, you'd be guaranteed a Ren's Rally. If you spell Reddin's backwards, that is Snyder, named after the developer James Snyder, who was kind of a crucial part in the creation of the first DOA game. And I also had the opportunity to meet him as well when I was at Treyarch back in July, and he's definitely a very cool dude. Something worth mentioning is when you run over the zombies on this level, an extra second is added to your timer, so definitely a good way to prolong this and collect some extra coins and ensure that you also complete the challenge successfully. We're having some technical difficulties here. Controls could take some getting used to when you play the first couple times. I don't know if I have much of an excuse at this point, but... Okay, we'll line it up nice here. And we're sitting at over 18,000 in cash, so that was a pretty good opportunity to build up some of that cash coin. You'll see at the very top that I'm earning a Gobblegum. You are able to not only use Gobblegums, but earn them in this game mode, which is a nice addition. Also XP, as alluded to earlier, you do earn XP on this. The reward for completing the Silverback Challenge in time is a jet gun for this round. Pretty overpowered, also sucks in some gold and other loot. If you hold down the, for me it's the left trigger on my Xbox controller, it'll actually cause a bit of an explosion effect from zombies. So you have 2 minutes of idleness that are allowed at the end of most rounds. At the end of a teleporter round, they give you 5 minutes. And there's one other situation where they'll give you a few extra minutes as well, so I'll highlight that here in a few rounds. But again, you can hit the Gobblegum machine if you like. I'm just going to spin it once here. We don't want to waste too much time. Support group, we're going to skip out on that for now. We're now moving on to the third arena in the game. This is another Black Ops 6 multiplayer map. Barrage, it was a DLC map for that game, also briefly in the ring play rotation. This is kind of the middle area of the map with some adjustments made to it, of course. I'm gonna drop a bomb here, I think. Kind of a little dirty. I do get one nuke around, so I could afford to use it. The barrel enemies are introduced here. The barrels don't kill you in one hit, they only damage you. So not as deadly as DOA 3. Some attacks are not gonna, some environmental hazards are not gonna one-hit you like the barrels, but the zombies do one-hit you top down. If you play casual, which ends after round 40, most enemies actually don't one-hit you. It's a 2-hit down. So casual and normal differ in that respect as well. The Reunited with Fidolina trophy could be earned on casual and normal. You want to play normal though if you want to earn the Camo, called Coin Operator, and also the Rotazian colon card. Those are exclusive to completing the game on normal, which again is 80 rounds. So if you're still watching, get some snacks. This is going to be a long run. It takes about 4.5, maybe 5 hours to complete it, depending on how often you're spinning the Gobblegum machine and exploring the bonus rings and so forth. Box of gloves here. Usually you can spin around with the gloves and they protect you, although on this game I'm a little hesitant to do so. I feel like certain enemies might be capable of kind of penetrating through the gloves. Over here where the drop the air horn from the zombies mode on this game. A lot of the DOA historically has been pulling assets from other modes or even previous games. In this case, pretty much everything you're going to see in DOA 4 is stuff from the new engine. This is the first DOA that's on a different engine compared to the other ones. So anything that was featured in BO6, BO7, or even MW3 zombies, I think the Hellhounds on this game might be from MW3, for example, you're going to see in this game. Some people wanted to see certain enemies return from DOA 3 and Cold War, but Again, that's a different engine, so I imagine there might be some complications with porting over some of those assets. Meatballs, Shadow Boogie Zombies, those are a couple of examples of EUA 2 and 3 enemies that did not return. For probably that reason. Here's the speed boost here, we got kind of trapped. A returning feature from EUA 2 is when you have upgraded weapons, you can upgrade either to red or purple. That's been like that for the past couple of DUAs, but when you have purple, you actually move quicker. The DUA 2 is 10% quicker with purple, 5% quicker with red, and I believe that transfers over to this game. We have Papaback Chopper Attack, kind of like the old school Chopper Activision game. You'll have a health bar in the top left, and to the right is your fuel. You're able to shoot and also drop a bomb on them, so sometimes if you're above the enemies, it's a good idea to drop the bomb and take out a few at once. The health of some of these parasites will scale with increased players. And if you let the screen scroll too much and you're stuck on the left side, you could die in this level. Which doesn't have any total negative implications in terms of losing lives, but this is a good opportunity to build up a bit of a score multiplier and also cash coins, a lot of coins on this level as well. So the coins are these circular things with the silverback on them. And over here, these would be just standard gems that increase your score and score multiplier. When you shoot these parasites, they drop a gem, but you don't want to get too cute with it and have them damage you too much. Those gold bulls or gold cows or whatever they are, they give you extra score compared to other pieces of treasure. I think like around 900 score on a 1x multiplier, which is far more than any piece of treasure in the game. I'm getting kind of roughed up here. I gotta be careful. Basically have 2 hits left on me, so we'll see if we get through this. Like right there I got hit. I don't think I was all that close, but we'll move along here. But some of these bonus rooms are a bit extended. I feel like they're really cool when you play them the first couple times, but then there's kind of like very little variance to it afterwards. Jeez. That's at the end of the level. So we're up to like a high 4 times multiplier at this point. We're also sitting at about 26,000 in cash. The crossbow is a weapon that's kind of interesting because you'll actually get a decent bump in movement speed whenever you're using it for whatever reason. Over here we have the saw blade, a returning drop from the past 2 DUAs. The shield items are a little more inconsistent in this game in terms of their range to kill the enemies, so just because you have a saw blade or barrels, don't take it for granted. You can still get swiped by the zombies fairly easily. We have the DUA Classic over here, the tank vehicle. Drop a bomb here. Speaking of the barrels, here they are. So, some risky moves here, but still early enough rounds where I could kind of plow my way through some of these enemies. Gonna spin the goblin machine once here. Dead drop? I guess we'll get this. Weapon drops are increased significantly for 5 minutes. Not a bad thing to have. And we're on to the 4th arena here. This is going to be the Graveyard Church area from Liberty Falls. Challenge round Dead Man's Party. It's going to introduce the Ravagers, which are a very unforgiving enemy. Okay, grab this. This is the first-person card that lasts for 60 seconds. A lot of enemies, or hazards, I should say, one-hit you, so you gotta be careful. You're gonna actually exit immediately just because there's so many things that can one-hit you in this particular level, including these green ghosts. So you'll notice these green ghosts on the left side. They work the same way as the cows from DUA 1 and 2, if you remember those. Basically enemies that move along a strict path and can one-hit you if you're in their path. Drop a bomb here. Coat of Arms, this red pickup that I just got. Something that will turn the enemies into friendlies temporarily. You'll notice it's snowing right now in round 14. DUA 4 introduces a new mechanic of dynamic weather. So round 14 in your game might not be snowy, but it is in this match. Always though, the final round of an arena takes place in the nighttime. That's kind of just a DUA staple of the franchise. Alright, time to get out of here. These Ravagers are very quick. It is possible to go to round 80 flawless, I'm sure, with enough gobblegum usage and being locked in. I haven't beaten round 80 solo yet, so this is my first real attempt at doing that. I have beaten it on co-op, including, I think, being the first team to beat it whenever the game came out a little bit early with the New Zealand trick. on Thursday, November 13th. So at this point, the game's been out for just over a week at the time of playing this. Also, it's a little more difficult to play flawlessly, aka zero deaths, when trying to commentate over the gameplay as well. So we'll see what happens. I'm sure we'll die a few times. The Wunderwaffe is a new weapon for DOA 4. I don't mind it too much, although it kind of stuns zombies and makes crawlers. It could seem a little bad initially, but I think it's kind of like a good way to kind of keep the enemies off you for a bit. It also one-shots certain special enemies later on, like the Disciple, so I think it's pretty cool in that regard. Alright, round 15 complete. You know what that means? The third round of the arena, we're guaranteed a room. This one is always going to be a Dark Crypt, which is a hazard zone in this game. Have 5 minutes to explore it, so you can just follow this path that I'm going to take. So the Dark Crypt was a bonus room in DOA 3. And this one is a little bit different, but kind of the same concept. Could be a chest here that you could open that gives you some coins. And also a gem that went to Timbuktu over there. So over here we're gonna have a zip line that lets you ascend. Just gonna navigate through these traps. I'm gonna be patient with the spike log trap. I'm not trying to walk through it while it activates. Once you get over here, there's going to be some vermin spiders that kind of attack you. Easy enough. You can drop down here to access this area. And you can leave the room with the little springboard. Some of my gems went up there. I don't think I could quite get there in time. Oh, maybe I could take the springboard up there. That would have been the play. Not really worth getting, but there's some extra loot down here we missed. 3 silver sacks. So this is our first encounter with the Slayer Mart. So this is what I was mentioning earlier with some of the roguelike elements, upgrading your character. We currently have, it shows our cash in the top left, 34,000, or we can pull up the scoreboard and see that as well. I always recommend investing in permanent abilities that are going to be helpful the long run. Sometimes people see like a 5-minute jet gun or something like that and they kind of get dollar signs in their eyes. I would usually stay away from temporary rewards that only last for a few minutes and kind of invest in the longer term helpful items. So in this case, I'm actually going to buy Ether Shroud. 21,000 currently. The prices did get a bit of a bump with a recent update. Everything got a 20% increase. Ether Shroud is going to be, I think, kind of one of those top 5 abilities you want to invest in pretty early on. So we're going to go ahead and buy that. And then we're just going to save our cash for a bit as well. There are reroll tokens. You'll see right below my cash, there's the number 3 with kind of a arrow coin. When you press Y on Xbox or Triangle on PlayStation, it allows you to re-roll the items on this page. Basically, there are over 70 abilities in the Slayer Mart. Not all of them are going to appear in one page, so if you want to get a certain item, you have to use these re-roll tokens. If you run out of tokens, there's always going to be an item in the shop called Inventory Re-roll Token Pack. And it's not too pricey, but again, you don't want to be spending too much money on that, so you kind of want to strategically time your re-rolls, I would say. And there's also some measly gold over here that we'll grab as well. I am playing with the music and the voice announcer on, which normally I wouldn't do. On this game, I feel like the announcer is a little more obnoxious compared to DOA 3, but for the sake of this video, we'll kind of keep those two things on at a lower volume than everything else. So we're gonna pop Ether Shroud. Just it came in handy. Immediately, it's gonna be charged when you purchase it. But once it runs out, you gotta build it back up by killing enemies and collecting loot. You're able to track your progress with that over on the right side next to the Gobblegums. This is a little dirty, huh? Sadly, I missed out on the umbrella by nuking there, but the umbrella will rain a bunch of gems onto the map. Yeah, we're gonna miss out on that umbrella. But this is one of those forced cutscenes. Oh, maybe we won't. Nice. So you'll notice we have 20 minutes available here. This is called a Slayer portal round, essentially. It's going to take us to an area called the Slayer Arena. And you'll see I just built my Ether Shroud back up. I think these gems were very helpful for that. So the Slayer Arena is kind of the pseudo replacement for the Wild from DOA 3, I would say. Usually it'll also spawn like 3 cash coins around the portal, which I missed in this case because I saw like the gems that just, you know, started running to the hills once I saw that. But let's move on to the Slayer Arena here. And it's going to function a little differently here. You won't be able to lose your lives per se. You'll notice my lives are going to have a little shield icon next to them here in a second. Yeah, that yellow shield on the 9 for my lives in the top left indicate that you can't lose your lives right now. Instead, we have the hearts, the 3 hearts in the very top. 3 lives essentially within the Slayer Arena. If you burn all your lives, then you essentially get kicked from this arena and miss out on some rewards. The little coin to the left of Wave 2, if that's filled up all the way by collecting coins on this level, then essentially you're given a coin bonus at the very end. We're actually going to make our way to the top here. There's a little clock that adds some extra time to the level, which could be good, it could be bad, depending on your viewpoint. It adds 30 seconds. It's bad in the sense that you got to survive longer, but it's good in the sense that it's 30 extra seconds of collecting these coins that you get from killing enemies. As the waves progress, I think the waves progress like once every 23 seconds or something like that. As you progress the waves, more special enemies are introduced. Which sounds bad on paper, but the game essentially gives you a lot of good items as you get to the higher waves, so you can kind of manage it pretty decently. You cannot die in one hit on this level, except maybe to certain enemies, but standard zombies are gonna inflict minor damage to you. The Slayer Arena is also an opportunity to be introduced to some of the enemies that you're going to be encountering later on into the game. So it's kind of similar to Wild in that regard as well. I have the augment for like warping forward a short distance with Aether Shroud, which I think is gonna troll me at some point in this game. Like it's gonna warp me into like an electric pole or something. So I'm just calling that for now. It's my first time using it this game. This is a time where we're gonna start looking for some decent items to help us. The Mangler anticipation logic on his shot is really something. The magnet is good because it pulls in all the coins. It makes it a little less tedious to collect them all. I'm gonna need like a vehicle to spawn in. Running low on armory. There's a time clock. I mean, shoot, might as well grab it. Abomination just obliterating me. We're looking at one nuke left in our arsenal. If I do see a chopper here, that's going to be helpful. We're going to need another vehicle though. The vehicles do a little less damage against the big boss that's about to spawn in, the Guardian enemy from the Mangler injection here. That'll be good to have. The Guardian from Citadel, main boss on that game, the Easter egg. Decent bit of damage. I think I should be able to get him low by the time I exit this. Okay. Low, but maybe not low enough. But not low enough. Keeps missing a shot though. By the skin on our teeth, we got through that. I'll grab some of this if you don't mind. Right now I have 30,000 in cash, and you'll notice I get a bit of a bonus related to fill up my coin that I was mentioning earlier. So 30,000 will jump up to about 50,000. So a little over 20,000 cash we got there as part of the bonus. You have 2 minutes to shop here in the store and collect all the gems, so definitely be conscious of the timer. If you're playing co-op, your teammates cannot progress to the teleporter as long as you're interacting with the shop store, so use that to your advantage. We have the Fate of Divine Shield, which is a permanent second fate. I think I'm going to use Chalice in this game. Pretty much you could buy either Divine Shield or Divine Chalice. Do I want to buy it now is the question. Probably not. But let me re-roll my page here. Gonna re-roll it again. I'm looking for something called Dead Operator right over here. 30,000, very pricey, but it's gonna make my weapons do 25% more damage. So I think I want to invest in that right now. Yeah, I think we'll kind of use that. I kind of like this too, Gem Cutter. For the rest of the game, gems you pick up are more valuable, plus 50 points and plus 15% impact on multiplier. I think we're going to invest in that as well. Alright. And I'm going to actually pop a Gobblegum here. Called Armageddon. Receive a 1-plate armor vest. So instead of buying an armor vest from the shop, I could just go ahead and pop this Gobblegum. And you'll see I have the armor plate above my lives indicator on the top left. Alright, moving along here. We're now on to the Dirt Nap Arena. We've seen this one a couple times in the past. It'll have a little bit of a twist here in a couple rounds. What I should have purchased actually was some armory. I'm kind of looking a little low, but I guess there's opportunities to build it here in the coming rounds, so I'm not super concerned. When you have 9 lives and earn enough points for another life, so you earn lives every 200,000 typically. So if you have max lives and you earn enough points for another life, what happens is the game gives you a random reward. So it could be coat of arms, it could be boxing gloves, I believe, in this game, also the sprinkler. Also, for the first time in the series, if you have 9 lives, pick up a extra life on the board, it'll give you something valuable, like a nuke or a vehicle. In the past, if you had max lives and picked up an extra life, it would just do nothing, essentially. Of a dead horse over here. I think that's from Ashes of the Dam. Hard to hear the music, but this is a 8-bit version of Coming Home. This track also played in the Dirt Nap Arena from DOA 2, so kind of a nice touch that it plays here as well. Get 1 speed boost and 1 nuke around minimum. So if you have 0, you'll get bumped up to 1. So I'm kind of on what we would call the program, you know, we're on the 1 nuke program or the 1 boost program. So there we go, we got the boxing gloves, earned life while at 9 lives. This arena is pretty big, you could kind of stick to the outskirts for the most part. The electric poles on this game are very forgiving. Basically your character has to touch the pole in order to like make contact with it, you know. Whereas in previous games it wasn't always quite that simple. It had a bit of a larger grab. Let me just see what Gobblegums I have. Dead drop and exit strategy. So we'll see if I remember to pop it. But exit strategy, the reason I have that is you could use it during a bonus room called the chicken nest. And it makes it to where chicken eggs will hatch coins. And that bonus room has nothing but chicken eggs. So it'll be kind of a way to build up some extra cash without burning a super good gobblegum. I have a bunch of the purples. On this game, you can also crush gums for points. So the higher the rarity of the gobblegum, the more cash you get. So I want to say if you crush like a red gobblegum, not that that's something you want to do per se, but if you crush a red gobblegum that maybe you don't have a use for, you could get about 5,000 cash, I think. And the value goes down for the orange, purple, and blue gobblegums. I don't know if I mentioned it earlier, but rounds are time-based on throughout DOA. The only exception is casual mode on this game is not time-based, it's kill-based. With the zombie counter at the very bottom, always displaying at all times. Oh, over here we have a kaboom. That's good to see. If you're playing co-op, I think sometimes there's a nuke hidden right behind here where I'm at, but not here on solo. We have 5 nukes here on solo, and the number of nukes actually scales with increased player count, so you'll get a little over 10 on a 4-player match. And of course, that little rock in the middle blew up, and we got lava that will damage you, so definitely be careful of that. So with Dead Operator, which is one of those abilities I have on the Slayer Mart, you'll see I'm doing 100 damage with my gun for the most part, rather than 80. So that it's 25% boost, we'll go from 80 to 100 damage, which is kind of helpful for shooting your way out of situations. Bomb is going to be helpful to grab here. It's going to attract nearby enemies. Probably one of the better Monkey's bombs we've gotten since maybe DOA 1 in terms of its ability to attract the enemies and not troll you so much. So that one Gobblegum in the support group responds nothing but monkeys for 5 minutes actually is quite useful. Especially if you have a teammate in your game who has a fate of fortune. The monkey box will last long. That's the end of the round. So I think I'm gonna lose my armor plate by just like going in this lava. Like, do I have any alternative? You know, like, yeah. No, I guess I still have the armor. Interesting. Maybe like a certain minimum damage has to be dealt. So this is called the Long Climb. You have 10 minutes to explore this and drop into the Room of Fate. If you burn all 10 minutes and don't drop in, you're actually going to skip the Room of Fate. Not something you want to do. We're going to go ahead and collect this loot over here. And over here is going to be some hidden items. So, it's going to be, I believe, 2 nukes that you get here. Yep. You can flip your camera in this area specifically, nowhere else in the game. So bottom on the D-pad will flip your camera. There's only going to be one kind of instance where maybe you want to do that. I'll show you that in a couple of minutes. Very similar to the volcano area in DOA 3, the Wild. So this is one of the components that is similar to the Wild in this game. We even have the bridge over here with the ground spikes. In that game, it would lead to the blue altar, which you needed to reveal the fates. The replacement mechanic here, I'll show you in a second, once we clear these enemies. If you want to reveal characteristics of the fate rocks, meaning being able to tell which fate is which in the Room of Fate, you have to kill this Mangler over here in the bottom left. So grab this max ammo. And power up your weapons in red. It's going to be a little tanky, but as long as you clear those enemies above, you can kind of backtrack and not have to worry about getting ambushed. If you have text bubbles on, he pretty much has lines about like tribute and destiny and fates and stuff like that. So it's basically hinting that killing him will reveal the characteristics for the fate rock. So this is the one area maybe you want to flip your camera. You'll actually see a little hidden area here, which will give you a speed boost. Maybe a firebolt to the head as well. So there was some loot down here I think we missed. Not quite sure what I'm looking at here, these little green things. Gonna spawn some hellhounds here, I believe. Yep, there they go. I think I kind of broke their pathing. Come on, dogs. I think I sound fairly normal right now, but I am on day 10 of being under the weather. Last Friday, whenever the game officially released, I had lost my voice when I was streaming. And then I had some other kind of illnesses pop up that were kind of ill-timed illnesses, I would say. But I am doing better, but I think my voice is not quite 100%. Maybe by the end of this video, like my voice will be noticeably worse. So let's see what happens. These rocks will drop on you from up top, so sometimes they do land on you, and it'll knock you off the volcano and kill you. It's happened to me a couple times where I'm able to speed boost and get back up to safety, so something you could try if it kind of knocks you over to the lava. So just take your time with this area. There's no need to rush. You do have 10 minutes. You can actually pull here, but be careful. These are very much like the zombie head spawners that would appear in the wild, although you do not get any score for eliminating the heads on this game. Also, XP functions a little differently. In DOA 3, you would get XP for completing rounds and performing certain actions, specifically in the wild. On this game, it's kind of like zombies, where killing zombies and specials gives you XP. So over here, we have a guaranteed first-person item. It's going to be helpful for this underboss, the bear from the zombies. Just be careful, he could knock you off the volcano and make you have to get all the way back up, so we're going to exit first person here. And sadly he just like rammed me or something. Like what happened to my armor plate? Like it just didn't work. I'm like looking at my armor plate, like I still have it, you know? I guess that was a lie. So over here, again, I'm going to save some of my cash here for once I get my Fate. Once I get the Fate, I'm going to be able to upgrade my Fate in future Slayer Mart encounters. So a couple of those upgrades are going to be very helpful to have. So we're actually going to save our cash. I'll buy a couple gems just to get back up on the multi after the tragedy that just occurred. And here we are in the Room of Fate. Choosing a Fate will give you a trophy / achievement called Forever Fated. You can choose the Red Rock. This one is going to be Firepower. If you're curious, this one is kind of heart-shaped. Medium-sized blue gems, that's Friendship. The big blue rock over here is Fortune. And small blue rock is Furious Feet. They spawned in an armor plate. Maybe this one will actually work. Well, it's already gone, but at least I know like it worked if it's gone. So once you get out of the Room of Fate, it immediately transitions you to this new arena, kind of like a cool segue, I would say. Introduces the Hellhound as enemies for normal rounds. So right now we're doing 200 damage with the Dead Operator, as opposed to 160. It's going to be an upgrade we invest in later on that boosts our firepower damage even more so, which is going to be very helpful. There's a Goblin Gum called Great Power that's very good. I kind of meant to maybe get it earlier. It essentially makes it to what on your next death you do not lose your multiplier. So not that my multiplier was very high before. I think it was like maybe a 5 times. Would have been able to maintain that had I popped that Gobblegum. And the good thing is it instantly goes away. It doesn't occupy a space in your Gobblegum pack on the right side. So kind of a pro tip for next time, I suppose. But if you have armory, don't be afraid to use it. I did have 9 nukes when I died. No reason not to just drop a bomb there against the bear. I think I'm just gonna kind of blame it on that armor plate. Like in the corner of my eye, I saw the armor plate still there. I'm like, I guess I'm protected even though I'm taking damage. But maybe it doesn't apply against certain like boss enemy types. Maybe it's just like a standard zombie hit. I haven't used it all that often. With the Fated Divine Shield, you do get 1 armor plate per round if you don't have one, which is very helpful in practice and in theory. So every subsequent round of this arena, there's going to be kind of a fire lava trail that's added to a section of the map. Kind of a cool dynamic element, I think, to spice up the arena. If you thread the needle over here, you could avoid damage from the fire. As such. There's also an upgrade in the Slayer Mart called Fire It Up, which reduces fire damage by 50%. Not something I would invest in for like rounds 1 to 80, but long term it's something you would want to probably have. And speaking of Great Power, the game is like, here you go, use one next time. There we go, that's the second fire puddle. With the Fate of Firepower, apart from getting the permanent death machine, I should mention every weapon you pick up will start at red power level, which is helpful. Not that you want certain red weapons over your default death machine, but it's a good way to get closer to purple and also move a little quicker. Additionally, weapon decay is slower across all power levels. So gray, red, purple weapons will expire slower while shooting specifically with the Fate of Firepower. So kind of a additional bonus to have. Sadly, I used... See, that's... Well, I called it. You can't say I didn't call it. That's popping the Ether Shroud with the warp forward, and it just warped me into the lava. The only reason I have that on is with the major augments I had Group Shroud on, which is very good for co-op. I definitely recommend it. It makes it to where nearby teammates are also cloaked when you pop your Ether Shroud. But of course, this is a solo game, so I was like, oh, maybe this might be like a cool little thing to pop, you know. But I guess you're better off just running nothing for the major augment, or maybe there's one I need to unlock that I don't have quite yet. Over here we have the hangar bonus room, same name in DOA 2, and DOA 3 was a war story. You're going to have choppers and tanks. Chopper, I believe, lasts 10 seconds longer. It should be 40 seconds as opposed to 30. Keep in mind, though, 2 pieces of armory here. You're going to have a nuke over here in the corner, so I'm just going to drop a bomb and pick it up. And there should be one more over here as well. Yep. So in the back left and back right corner, you're going to see those nukes that you could obtain. Those could have been nukes that I popped against the Zurza, right? I don't think I'm going to get over that one. Although, like, the Ether Shred death I just had might have, like, been a nuke here and just crawl that surpasses the Zurza. But if you die in DOA, there's always opportunities to build back up. So, you know, you kind of want to stay locked in and not kind of let things like that bother you in the long term. So while we play this round, I guess a little backstory for people who are not familiar with the channel. I started playing DOA back in 2011 with DOA 1. And very early on around that period, I was kind of became interested in the high round community for that game, which at the time was very small and niche. On that game, I eventually achieved round 160, which was the max round you could get on that game. I got to round 160 in 2013, again in 2014, and then third time many, many years later in 2021. DOA 2 as well. I was part of the first team to beat the round 64 boss fight on that game whenever it came out. Over 10 years ago now, which is kind of crazy to think about. DOA 3 also got some records on that game as well, including being the first team to reach and defeat the round 256 boss fight, which on that game is 4 Mamabacks. Just gonna spin this Gobblegun machine once, see what we get. Crate power, okay. The game is really trying to tell me something now. We'll just pop this for demonstration purposes. Once we pop it, activates on death. You do not lose gems, aka your score multipliers, so we'll be protected for our next death. Eight eyes, 8 legs. This is the vermin, aka the spiders. If you have the arachnophobia setting enabled, they actually look quite humorous on this round. These enemies are pretty harmless. when I guess one of those tidbits from playtesting, when I had playtested, these enemies would kind of leap at you, if I remember correctly, and I think I made a note where I was like, that's a little like unforgiving. Like in zombies, they leap at you, but you don't die in one hit, you know. So, you know, Rambo doesn't make everything harder. I guess some things nerfed as well. Although maybe these guys do need a little bit of a buff because they're kind of just a little too easy. This arena, of course, is from the Citadel de Moor map. Previous arena as well, that was a boss area from Citadel. This is kind of the courtyard from Citadel that leads to the main castle. There's some interesting verticality on this arena, I feel like. Oh, we have a vortex over here. There's a Slayer Mart upgrade that makes these gems bigger, which is pretty cool. Along with increased radius in terms of pulling in the enemies. Okie dokie. These clones of my character are from an item called the Top Hat. It'll be like that magician's hat that appears. It's appeared a few times this game already. You always want to keep on the move on this arena, but with the firepower and my dead operator thing, I could kind of maybe camp here for a bit and hold them off. And the moment I notice any sort of trouble, I could start. I see they're spawning below me and to the right of me. I'm going to move them back down over here. Over here might be a good use for the Ether Shroud. Make sure it warps me into the wall. I also have the extension minor augment on. I think it makes it last 12 seconds as opposed to 8, so that's definitely a helpful one to have in my opinion. Gives you time to regroup and re-strategize in terms of your positioning on the map. Also buys time. Time-based rounds means ZOA is a game of burning time and waiting for the next good item to spawn in. Kind of new to DOA 4 is the way that certain enemies spawn in groups. In previous games, you would, like the Ravager, for example, like he might just kind of spawn on his own periodically, but instead he'll spawn as part of a group of Ravagers. For co-op matches, I guess it's more prevalent. There's also some sort of anti-camping mechanic in place. Whether it works all that well is a different question, but The idea is if you're kind of idle in a corner for too long, there'll be a group of ground spawners that aim to interrupt your camping. First person item up here. First person will raise your minimum score multiplier to 4. You also get these invincibility rings for about 9.5 seconds. It's helpful for clearing enemies. There is a grace period involved. If you get hit by a zombie, you can't immediately die to another zombie for about 1.5 seconds. Omni movement, of course, works in first person. For the first time, the DUA can go prone as well. Certain hazards are going to one-hit you currently in first person, such as electric poles and laser traps in certain areas. So definitely be cautious. First person is a little more deadly in this game compared to past DUAs. We have another curated bonus room, House of the Snibblesnap. You could shoot the chicken out sign on the left to leave this room. This is a 5-minute bonus room. You get a lot of hearts in this one. 8 hearts. You're not going to burn through all those typically. But kind of inspired by a game called House of the Dead and maybe some other on-the-rail shooters. Fairly straightforward. You're just going to shoot these enemies. There's going to be opportunities to shoot chicken cages up there. That gives you coins and other bonuses. You reload with X on Xbox, or I guess Square on PlayStation. Going to be a present box zombie that you can shoot for extra loot. He's a little tough to move or a little tough to shoot as he moves fairly quickly, but he'll give you some coins usually. And of course, this is the Zombies map, Citadel Day 4, which is featured in a lot of areas of this game. Speed boost up there you could collect. I also collected a nuke just a second ago. That zombie took one of our hearts, but no big deal. Got a chicken cage up there. Mangler just tanky as all heck. Over here, you just want to protect the chicken eggs, which is fairly easy to do. You don't want to shoot the eggs, that's not going to do anything. Also have a cage up here we're going to shoot. Everyone's favorite, the oil trap. Get some camos. Nuke up there at the top. I already have max nukes, so not worth getting if it even wants me. Do do see a cage up there. Wasn't quite able to inflict enough damage to open it up. Sometimes I accidentally reload on this challenge. Back up to max armor here. 9 speed boosts and 9 nukes. These coins are kind of tough to collect. Could be shot in the cannonball here. And that's the end of the level. 5 minutes later, we're done with House of the Snibble Snap. Should hopefully bring us to a 4 times. I'm not going to use it in this gameplay, but there is an accessibility setting for high contrast mode that you could add outlines to the zombies, any color you like. So it could be a kind of a accessibility setting that you kind of exploit in your favor for visibility purposes. I always thought it was kind of goofy. Like I would see people playing like BO6 zombies, high round games, and they would be, you know, like all the zombies are like just completely red or something. It's like it seems a bit cheesy to me. It's almost like using like the depth perception perk without having it, you know. But I guess anything that helps you. These Ravagers in particular can be sometimes difficult to see on certain arenas. I should spend more time at the very top area of the map. Very easy to get trapped in these corners here. I should be able to shoot my way out of here in a moment. The round being over. There's an extra life, so you'll see it should give me a nuke probably, if I had to guess. There we go. We're just gonna go to the next arena here. We could hit the Gobblegum machine in a bit. Over here we have the church arena. Wicked Which Way Goes. This one is a little tough with a lot of disciples, also 2 floggers, one at the bottom, one at the top. This arena, in terms of the layout, is a bit reminiscent of the Mama's House arena from DMA3. It's the lawnmower map. Drop the bomb here. The disciples are a bit of a dirty enemy. They're going to make the zombies stronger. They're going to make the zombies a little faster. We have our Aether Shroud available, so we're probably going to use that here soon if we're kind of trapped. They're kind of spawning in the ground here. That anti-camping logic that I was talking about. So we might be missing out on certain items, but safety is kind of prioritized in some scenarios, so we'll find kind of holding that area down and camping. Wonderwalk, very strong weapon to use against the Cyphers. Try to find some of those tools in this last one. I believe this area is from the somewhere in the Come Up campaign Avalon map. Because otherwise I don't recognize it, so it might be kind of a BO7 thing rather than yet another Citadel area. There we go. So each additional arena is going to have a bit of a longer time in terms of how long it takes to complete each round. I don't know the exact times for this game, but the previous COAs usually, like this arena, each round is going to be about 10 seconds longer than rounds that took place in the previous Citadel arena. I want to say the kind of same system is applied to this game, although this game, there's a certain round where it kind of starts capping in terms of how long each round takes. So, again, I'm not quite sure the exact round for that. I think there's a setting that shows you like what enemies are introduced with new rounds and what kind of changes with rounds, so I'm sure you could use that setting to kind of pinpoint exactly what round that occurs. But like maybe around round 60 something, I believe, is when it kind of caps in terms of how long the rounds take. Here we have a chicken. We haven't grabbed any chickens. We could track how many we grabbed. That might be our first chicken that we grabbed. No, 4. Never mind. I lied. So the next guaranteed Slayer Mart encounter we have is going to be round 36 complete. That's going to be the second Slayer arena. There are 3 total in this game. So we'll see that once it happens, I suppose. I don't want to spoil too much. But that's going to be where we're going to look to upgrade our Death Machine and get the upgrade for our Fate. There are 2 upgrades for the Death Machine. One of them is much better than the other in terms of getting to round 80. There's one that I don't think I'm going to buy in this game, although it could be useful for some matches that you play, so I'll kind of speak about it once it pops up in the shop. These bloggers are too scary to even consider going by. They have kind of like a quicker activation, I feel like, compared to DUA3. Although for those who played DUA3 when it launched, it was always a bit of a coin flip in terms of you were going to survive when going through an inactive flogger, so haven't noticed that in this game at the very least. So currently Death Machine I think is the best fate to use in your solo run to round 80. Just the damage output is really helpful for a game like this. Very right stick heavy game, this particular DOA. It's a little harder to make gaps and train the zombies compared to maybe DOA, I guess any other DOA. A lot of people saying Furious Feet might be one of the worst fates on this game. Could be the case. I think I'd rather run faster than have the chicken in a solo match, but chicken could maybe offer some benefit in a 3 or 4 player match. Over here we have the armory. Nothing too hidden over here. We do have a nuke over here on the left. If you upgrade all the weapons here, let's say you grab purple crossbow, there's going to be a jet gun in the corner here, so we could grab that jet gun, get it purple, blow up some of these windows. Of course, that room is very similar to the weapon depot room from the previous game. So this shotgun is like other weapons in the sense that it expires. The only time it's unlimited, quote unquote, is when you win one of those silverback challenges. It'll last for the entire round, however long that round lasts. In this case, the shotgun's going to expire here soon in a few seconds. Gonna pop an ether shroud just to pick up this weapon for you guys, or this drop. This over here, this little walkie-talkie thing, is the dog. Score streak from BO7 multiplayer. There's a similar drop, the Cerberus from DOA 2, which we, back in the day, we used to call it the Griefmobile. Because, it would block you, similar to the dog actually blocks you in this game. If you try walking through it, you kind of collide, you know, get blocked by it rather than able to move it. The little bar above it, the red bar, is not exactly a health bar, but a time indicator, how long it has left. Some other drops will have that top them. So for example, if you purchase like a 30-minute fate from the Slayer Mart, a 30-minute friendship fate from the Slayer Mart, you'll have the friendship chicken with the timer on top of it. Same thing if you purchase a 5-minute chicken from the Slayer Mart or a 5-minute chicken from a Gobblegum, you'll have a chicken with a timer over it as well. Timer bar, I should say. Kind of get trapped in a corner here, but the Death Machine is pretty strong here with the Dead Operator upgrade. We're able to shoot our way out of it in these lower rounds. So this next arena is going to be a little bit of a pain in the cheeks here. Let's just get a Gobblegum here, see what we have. Gain either a helicopter or a tank. That's not too shabby. So this is going to be one of the spawn areas in the multiplayer map Hacienda from Black Ops 6. Also first appeared in Black Ops 4. The Cradled Garden of Evil. These purple spores are something you got to look out for. They're going to slow you down and also speed up the enemies. These parasites are also capable of slowing you down and damaging you. They won't one-hit you, but they will damage you. So there is an upgrade from the Slayer Mark called the Nova Free. It's going to make it to where gas effects don't slow you down. Definitely something very useful. Pretty pricey, especially with some of the price increases, so I'm not going to buy it in this game, or at least not yet. But definitely something that you could invest in for your match before this round to kind of make things a little easier if you find that you're getting slowed down very often. think we're playing on extra high right now. We might want to go down to high in a second. Although I guess it's kind of good for just seeing all these parasites on the map and making sure we get sniped across the map. Yeah. Might have been able to see that guy on high. Good news is we still have our multiplier thanks to Crate Power. We're still at a 4 times. Very nicely timed first person at the end of a round. I guess we get to take a look at the map and see how it looks. So the maps are pretty well put together. It's not quite a one-to-one replica of the multiplayer map. Some adjustments are made to it. I think it looks pretty. That's an example of like maybe you have that high contrast mode and that crawler kind of sticks out more because he was kind of hard to see, at least for me. Although my eyes have been kind of in rough shape the past few days. I've had issues with them where I've had to put like ointment on them. So like, for example, my both eyes. So like right now my vision is slightly blurry. Not to make excuses, but that is just a fact. No excuses to be had here. We're looking fairly healthy at the moment. Gonna use our Ether Shroud. I guess my strat is I'm just gonna like look into a corner, so it warps me into the corner, and I'm gonna go launch into Poughkeepsie. Over here we have immediate injection. I want to say this lasts about 1 minute. Maybe a little bit shorter, but it is one of the longer items, I feel like. You're able to sprint into the zombies, definitely a helpful ability to use to kind of clear them. You can also shoot the right trigger. Okay, that's actually, it lasted 30 seconds, so I was wrong. Still things that everybody's kind of learning about this game. Again, it's only been out for 1 week officially. So, you know, there's always going to be some nooks and crannies kind of discovered. And over time, you know, people kind of master ways to work around certain enemies or certain arenas. People always ask me, and you know, I try to share as many tips and tricks as possible as they come up here in like a commentary like this, for example. But people always ask, how do I get better at it? And really, practice makes perfect. It's a very corny saying, but it's true, and it's something like DOA. When I first started playing DOA, I was getting to the same rounds that everybody would get to. I was dying on round 13, 17 on DOA 1. The creepy crawler arena, the temple arena, for those who remember that. Even DOA 2 when it came out, I wasn't able to beat the boss in my first attempt. Same thing with DOA 3. Multiple times I game over for the boss on DOA 3. That game was kind of a bit of an adjustment with the wild and some other, you know, anticipation logic with the zombies and other mechanics like that. I haven't mentioned it so far, but the health bar above the player's head, of course, is a new addition to the franchise. A lot of things kind of damage you, so it's kind of a helpful thing to have, I feel like. A lot easier than kind of checking the corner of the HUD to see your soldier icon like you would in DOA 3. Also, the soldier icon displaying your health works the opposite way that it would in DOA 3, which I always found confusing. But again, with the little health bar atop your head, you could kind of ignore that for the most part, I feel like, at least when you're in top-down. Basically, to kind of explain what I mean by that is, in DOA 3, the more filled up your soldier icon was with a certain color, red for example, the more damage you were. In this case, the less filled up it is with a color, the more damage you are. So it's the total opposite. But we have a guaranteed bonus from here. Let's see what we have. So this is the guaranteed Mushroom Motor X challenge. You're always going to get it on this Hacienda Arena. Very similar to the Ren's Rally. If you win it, you're going to get a jet gun for the round, and it's also a good opportunity to collect some coins, a couple pieces of armory that are a little tough to get here, and I don't quite need them, so I don't know if I'm going to go out of my way to get them, but I'm sure you'll see them. No zombies are going to spawn in for this first initial lap, but they will once you complete the first lap. These mushrooms, if you run over them, will kind of visibly obstruct your view. You try to avoid them as best as possible. Also, this is all in first person. When I had play tested the game back in July, this was actually available in top-down view, this challenge, and I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I was in top-down, just running over every set of mushrooms and getting lost, and it was kind of a nightmare. I guess at some point it changed to where you're strictly in first-person view. Again, running zombies over will add a second at a time. I kind of take the same path. You do get speed boosts as well that you can use. And speed boosts also replenish every time you hit a zombie as well. This one's going to give you considerably less coins compared to Ren's Rally. I don't know if there's much of a use in using the boost feature at the very end, so right there I ran over the mushrooms. You'll see kind of visibly messes up the screen and visibility. Yeah, I don't know if there's much use in using the boost feature at the very end for the coins. I feel like you kind of might overshoot some of the coins if you use the boost feature. So. Got the speed boost over here, that's kind of hard to get. Also a nuke to the left, that one is pretty difficult to get as well. Just gonna get some of these coins here. So in total we got 36 coins in this challenge. Ren's Rally we got like 124 I think, so obviously a large discrepancy in terms of the availability of the cash coins, but a cool challenge nonetheless. Eventually I will go for a round 80 flawless, gameplay capture, probably no commentary like I would for previous kind of flawless challenges I've done on DOA 1, 2, and 3 on my channel. I'll link those in the description below if you want to check them out. Over here we have a robot. Score streak from multiplayer. There's a health bar or a health indicator you have on the left, but it's kind of difficult to knock you out of it. seems to last longer is the mutant injection. We're just gonna exit this and then around. And over here we have another little Papaback cutscene. If you have some text bubbles on, he'll kind of have some lines that he says here. So if you're playing co-op, this would be an opportunity for a 20-minute break. Time to get some snacks, maybe use the restroom. We have 3 Gobblegums, Respin Cycle, which we might end up using. During the fight, if needed, but they usually spawn a lot of vehicles, so we should be in good shape. I still have the shotgun. So, again, this is where Nova Free is kind of helpful from the Slayer Mart. There's all these purple spores that slow you down. It could even damage you. So, just something to be conscious of if you don't have that upgrade, like I do not have it in this gameplay. There's these little other purple spore things. They're bigger and they launch you. Launch pads, I guess we'll call them. They can kind of troll you sometimes. You use it in their launches using some ground spikes, so definitely be cautious. But there's one right below me. There's one kind of in the middle, one at the very top. We have 2 clocks here. That's going to be 1 minute added. First person item. I'll pick this up. I mean, it is a very beautiful area, especially with the skybox. I mean, if you showed this to someone who played DUA 1 15 years ago and said this is DUA, you know, like, you're like, what the heck? You got a zip line over here? I'm kind of shocked. So we're just going to exit, get a few invulnerability frames, and go back in. With the death machine on this game, you can also aim in your sights if you wish. Magnum would be nice to have. Clock over here. These are the Elder Disciples. They'll be introduced in a later round for regular arena play. They were featured in the Zombies map Shattered Veil. My armory is not working, by the way. I used a boost and a nuke. Did not go off. That's kind of a bug that people have experienced. I haven't had it very often myself, but there I definitely did have it. Might be related to maybe the vehicle I had last round maybe messed up my armory controls. So hopefully that kind of comes back. It would be kind of chalked, right? If like I'm not able to use armory the rest of the game. I think save and quit fixes it. So worst case scenario, we might have to utilize that. If it doesn't fix itself. The mutant injection over here. I grabbed it before it expired, or just miss it. Purple shotgun is always historically one of the better weapons to use in the past 3 DOA games. a chopper in the middle of the map. That's going to be very helpful to use on my stall life for just a few more seconds. My armory still isn't working, FYI, but Ether Trap does work. Robot that we missed out at the bottom, that would have been maybe good to have, but we do have a muted injection at the very left side of the map, so I'll switch over to that here in a second. This is going to be the unliving apex predator, which is the Z-Rex. He's quite the enemy. There he is. Things could get a little dirty here if I'm not able to use my armory against this gun. We have a vehicle here, so we're going to exit the muted injection and switch over to our robot, assuming it actually lets us exit. There's so many bosses, I'm like losing track of where this guy even is. Got the mimic taking hold of me. It's tossed like a ragdoll out here. But it's impressive. I still have 92% health on this robot, considering how much launch. Left and right. So we'll see if we get a similar amount of cash here. We have about 51,000. If it's similar to last time, we should be around 72,000 by the end of it. Maybe I get penalized for losing a heart. We'll see what happens. I think gave me about 72,000. Yeah, 73,000. So looks like that doesn't affect it. Collect some of these gems. Maybe get close to a 5 times multiplier here. You could also interact with the Slayer Mart while moving around collecting the gems as well if you want to multitask. Right. What are we going to buy here? Over here we have the 2 upgrades for the Death Machine. Nuke Monger is going to make it to where you have minimum 3 nukes each round. I don't plan on dropping below 3, so I'm not going to buy it here, but long term it's obviously a good upgrade to have, or if you're struggling it could be good to have 3 nukes around. I am going to buy Fury Output, a callback to the D-Wave 2 upgrade called Fury. 50% damage to the Death Machine, going to bring me from 200 damage with top Dead Operator all the way to 300 damage per shot. So bam, we're buying that. Also, I might have to save and quit because of this bug, so I might lose certain abilities. When I save and quit, I'm not quite sure, but some of them you do keep. For example, Divine Chalice, I think I'm going to buy this one as well. It's going to make it to where I heal 2.5 times quicker, among other benefits such as earning lives at a quicker rate. So we'll buy this. And we have some cash, leftover cash for gems, so we'll buy 2 instances of that since it's pretty cheap. Alright, very well. Let's drop a bomb. Bomb works. I think the vehicle fixed it, so wasted a nuke, but now we have assurance that it at least works for the time being. I guess I could have used the next round, huh? Cleared some enemies. This is actually a bit of a tough round, challenge round. The Doppelgas. They're very fast on this game. And when they die, they explode about 2 to 3 seconds afterwards, and that'll instantly kill you in top-down view, probably even first person. So definitely be careful. On teammates, on co-op, it's very easy to grief your teammates and kind of blow them up. There's these purple things, launch pads that take you to the top. Not going to be something we utilize too often. It could kind of troll you. launch you up there against zombies, although there are item spawns up there that you might miss out if you don't utilize them very often. But on a round like this, we're just going to keep moving. This is, we got our upgrades at this point. We're able to do a lot of damage. Gonna drop a bomb here. Very dirty at the moment. I do have Ether Shroud. It would be good to use that next rather than burn too much of my arsenal. So we're gonna use that right now. Get away from that Ravager. Go up here, see what's happening. Some gold. You'll see I have 10 lives now. That's one of the abilities granted to you with the Fated Divine Chalice. On this game, you could get a permanent second fate, either Divine Chalice or Divine Shield through the Slayer Mart. They currently cost 36,000 cash each. And of course, you can upgrade your fate as well. So kind of a combination of a two-fate system and fate upgrades in the CUA. Speed boost there just to be safe. That guy was kind of close to me in his explosion radius. This is going to be one of the tougher rounds of the game, so don't be afraid to use some stuff here. There are, again, opportunities with all the guaranteed bonus rooms to get stuff back. Alright, there we go. We're closing in on 2 hours of this run, and we're not quite halfway there in terms of total rounds, so this is a bit of a grind. It might have been a good idea for me to wear my diaper before this run. And we do have 15 minutes of pause timer that we could utilize. This arena is a bit reminiscent of the Chinatown arena from DOA 2, with the bridge and kind of aesthetic of it. You'll see I'm just doing a lot of damage here with this Fury output upgrade. Monkey Bomb in the top right. I heard the sound effect for Mr. Monkey. We do have some Gobblegums we could utilize at some point as well. Those are in our back pocket. There is a bit of a, at least with the marketing, a bit of a focus on the round-based elements introduced for DOA, so of course Gobblegums and field upgrades and ammo mods. Ammo mods are not something I'm looking to invest in for a run like this per se, although they could be helpful, especially with some of the augments that could be applied to them. I'm sure there's maybe like a meta one that hasn't quite been discovered yet. If I do buy something in this game and could afford it, maybe, oh shit. Drop a bomb, there's so many parasites. Maybe Brain Rot or Shadow Rift might be something decent. That's the end of the round. I guess we'll demonstrate the thing while we're here at the end of the round. You take it, it brings you up here. They do spawn up here, and like I said, they kind of lurk up here as well, so it's kind of easy to get smacked while you're taking the launch pad up there. So definitely beware. Okay, we're going to use our field upgrade if we get trapped here, I'm thinking. We do have a guaranteed room at the end of this arena. I believe it's just a random bonus room, not exactly a set one in terms of a specific bonus, like we had last arena with the Motor X challenge. If we do get the chicken nest, I gotta remember to pop my exit strategy. And that is one of the things I do not like. Popping Ether Shroud and dying. There's a brief period of where you could die while popping it. Oh, we have the arcade machine over here. Arcade machine is going to guarantee the slideways level coming up here. So now we kind of have an idea. It's going to be a random slideways level, but we have an idea of what we might be getting here. But yeah, my gems fell out the map as well. Just kind of one of the downsides to using Shroud, at least at the moment, is there is a chance you die if the zombies are mid-swing. So it's always good to pop Shroud, maybe preemptively, before you're fully trapped, when you think you're about to be trapped. But we could, you know, we could chalk up 2 of our deaths to Ether Shroud at this point. We're keeping like a list, you know. We're to Chris Jericho. We got 2 for Ether Shroud. We're blaming 1 on the armor, like the Fugazi armor plate on the volcano. Then we had the armory not working on the Slayer arena, although that didn't like take away a life from me, although it did count as a death on the score. So you get a random silverback challenge here. In this case, it unfortunately gave me like a level that we already played. So, you know, it's going to basically be very similar to the challenge you saw earlier, unfortunately. So timestamps are in the description if you want to skip around, skip ahead a few minutes, get to the next round here, because it's going to play very similar. But I guess while we're here, I should talk a little bit about the channel. I have been playing DOA, like I mentioned earlier, for many years now, and also making content on it for quite a bit. My content when I first started was very, you know, low quality, I guess. Vertically recording with my phone, pointing it at my 1999 JVC 19-inch box TV that I had, playing DOA 1 on that for a few years. Definitely was living in the past. Over time, I became, I don't know, just like a little more skilled when it came to video editing and kind of how to structure videos. That really started like sometime in like 2016, 2017, where I kind of was a little more creative with the content I made, and it was a little more polished. That kind of culminated with a video I made in late 2018. It was a Dead Ops Arcade documentary for, at the time, there was only 2 DOAs that were out. It was DOA 1 and 2. And there was kind of like anticipation as to, you know, is there going to be a DOA 3, and so on and so forth. So that video was kind of an interesting experience. I spent about a year over, you know, I wasn't working on it like crazy every single day, but I did work on it over the course of an entire year. And it was definitely a big project, and there's not really a lot of stuff like that out there in terms of the zombies community. Kind of this documentary that goes over the history of the game mode and the high round community, and, you know, highlights some of the players in the community, of course. And I don't know if I got burned out from doing it or what, but I kind of stopped playing DOA for all of 2019. I'm getting trapped here. This is bad news. Losing a lot of my health. I didn't play DOA at all through all of 2019, actually. And then 2020, with COVID happening and DOA 3 kind of, there was some anticipation with it being 5 years since the last title. There's some anticipation it might be coming back, of course. I got back into DOA in 2020. Did a lot of content on Twitch and YouTube. Certain videos on YouTube performed like relatively well, and there was interest in the Twitch channel, so it was kind of like a cool little period for a few months where there was a lot of interest in DOA 3, and a lot of that was kind of like a happy accident, I feel like, at least, with the whole trophy craze. Games back then had platinum for, you know, across all platforms before the integration of the COD HQ, and the trophy was pretty difficult at the time. So there was definitely like a large interest in DUA 3, unlike any other DUA that I had seen from kind of the general community. And of course, each DUA kind of gets bigger and better in that sense as well. So there was that component as well. People were just kind of interested, especially with the first-person mode. Alright, once again, we get to the end of the level with just 1 HP. Also, speaking of like big projects that I've worked on, so there was a documentary in 2018, and then just last year in 2024, I worked on something called The Elements of DUA, which is an all-encompassing text guide. I usually do video guides, but this was mostly a text guide, although there was some video components to it as well. For DUA 3 specifically. It's very extensive. Again, like I spent about a year on this project. I didn't find it quite as taxing as like working on the documentary, but it was definitely very comprehensive and very thorough in terms of gathering information about the game and compiling it in one resource for players to always reference. Will I make elements of DUA 4? Probably not. Although maybe a documentary on like DUA 3 and 4 might be something, you know, worth thinking about at some point. Although, if it were to happen, it would probably be a few years from now once kind of all the dust settles with this game. So we're back up to max armory, so you shouldn't hesitate once you're in a situation like this to use a nuke or boost if you are trapped. These zombies right now with this Fury upgrade are kind of pretty weak, kind of plow through them. Got a nice looking arena here. Gotta be careful once you get smacked in first person. They could smack you a second time and kill you if you don't heal for a few seconds. So no point, especially me already having a 4 times multiplier and top down, I don't really have too much of a use of staying in first person. But always good to use it for those invincibility rings that you could kind of use to your advantage for a few seconds. Next up we have, oh this round is kind of tough actually. This is another Citadel area, the starting room is Citadel. It drops on my pillow. Be careful here because these enemies are pretty tanky even with the upgrade. There's so many of them they could kind of just overwhelm you. So we're gonna play on, maybe we're gonna play on standard here. It's a little too zoomed in, I think, but we'll stay on it for now. This is where I'm gonna use some stuff to survive, I think. Good round to use a Gobblegum. Ravager very quick, of course, gonna boost away from him. Second boost there. I'm actually going to play on the high camera here. Might be certain enemies I'm missing. We're going to grab this vortex. fingers crossed, next activation we're going to use is going to be the Ether Shroud, our friend. Notice there's these 3 trap symbols from the map that are present in the map. When you sand over them, it'll kind of activate it briefly, and I was a little confused as to what it was at first as well. Ether Shroud. Use it a little bit ahead of time just to be safe, of course. So essentially these trap things in the middle are only usable in a 3 or 4 player match. The idea is each 3 players, each one would stand on the symbol at the same time, and it activates kind of a electric orb thing that protects you for a few seconds. It's not super helpful, but I guess it's an extra line of defense, especially for a round like this. And this seems to have some level of cooldown to it, maybe about 5 minutes to be activated again. We're just kind of going counterclockwise here, of course. Probably the best way to approach this round. Not really something you could camp on in a solo match. Gonna change up our pattern here and go clockwise now. If the zombies are on the map for too long, they sometimes have become very fast as part of something called anti-kiting logic to discourage players from just kiting the zombies and burning the round timer without killing anything. Sometimes it activates maybe a little too early, or when you're unintentionally kiting them just from having trouble killing certain enemies because there's so many of them, right? But if that ever happens in your match, that's probably why it's happening, so just something to keep in mind. If the zombies on the map for too long, it might just speed up unexpectedly and maybe take you out or cause you to use armory. That goes back to the days of DOA 1. There was a very cheesy strategy. Luckily, not many people employed it, but there were some people who thought it was kind of like a fair way to play for high rounds, where they would get the spawn cap on the map for DOA 1, which wasn't all that high back then, probably like, I think like 34 or something. And they would just, with the Furious Feet, just kind of kite them around the map and make sure they don't hit any electric poles, and you would just kind of run them in a circle without shooting anything for minutes and minutes and minutes. Some of the higher rounds, of course, would last like 20 minutes, 30 minutes on that game. And you're just running like this rudimentary circle with the zombies trailing behind you. And yeah. That's... Some people will tell you it's a strategy, but there's also kind of, as a community, you kind of need to self-govern and make some rules and kind of lay down the law and draw a line in the sand and say, well, this tactic is kind of a little too cheesy to be something that we accept in the community. DOA 1 was a game. I loved DOA 1 a bunch. Obviously, it got me into DOA. It was a game that didn't have any updates, with the exception of like 2 very small things that changed around the time that the game launched. It was a game that got no updates, so it had some essentially game-ending bugs in it. Some of them, I think, kind of add charm to the game in terms of bringing like a limit to it. Otherwise, you would be playing like for indefinitely, you know. For example, once you reach round 160 on DOA 1, which takes a few days to get to, it takes about 3 or 4 days. That's the 4th Cosmic Silverback fight, 4 Silverback spawn in on that round. Essentially, so many gems spill out of killing the monkeys on that round that it crashes the game and produces what's called a G-spawn error. That term might be familiar to some people. It's a crash that would happen on zombies as well. For example, if you place too many claymores or confettis on some of the maps, you could get the G-spawn error. And, you know, it kind of adds like an end to the game that might be needed. Otherwise, players would be playing for days and days and days on it. 3-4 days is long enough for many people. You don't want to be pushing it to leaving your console on for a week or longer. The G-Spawn error does get a bit of a shout out in this game, actually. I made a video about it if you want to check it out, but on the boss fight, the Papaback boss fight, there's kind of a set of actions that can occur that trigger a brief cutscene where G-Spawn is mentioned by the Papaback and displayed on a few of the TV screens, so definitely an unexpected but cool little callback to something that occurred well over a decade ago at this point. Parasites are definitely enemies you want to focus as soon as possible. Dropping a bomb there because that guy was kind of dodging my bullets, zigzagging. So you'll see the strategy, generally speaking, here is just keep moving around, either clockwise or counter, and try to stick to the outskirts as much as possible. Shoot your way out of situations. There are circumstances where you might want to go to the more middle area of the map, the inner circle, but we have a first-person item here. Speaking of clockwise and counterclockwise, we have a clock there. I did get smacked, but I should be able to heal here quick enough and not get immediately downed again, so we'll stay in first person for a bit and kind of demonstrate how it looks and feels. Damage numbers, again, you could turn off. Some people don't like them. It is a bit of visual clutter, but I think it's helpful to ensure you're connecting with the enemies and seeing how much damage you are doing, because sometimes you do less damage if you're kind of bullets are penetrating an enemy. And our first person expired there after a minute. You have the Fate of Fortune items do last longer, including first persons. They last 80% longer. And there's even an upgrade called Modifier that'll make the items last a bit longer as well. So if you're able to stay in it with that upgrade, you'll be in first person for over twice as long. Might want to use a field upgrade here. Casual mode, I've mentioned a few times throughout this gameplay about the casual mode, so it's a quicker path to the Papaback. It's only 40 rounds instead of 80. The rounds are kill-based instead of time-based, so you could influence how fast you kind of progress through the rounds, which could be interesting for speed runs eventually. The game does end after 40. You can't keep progressing. You do have the option to play exclusively in first person if you like. Also, more weapons will spawn in. Time for our exit strategy. Pop it. So we should get some cash coins out of this. So right now we have 8,700. We'll see how much it bumps us up. More weapons spawn for casual. Also, if you're playing co-op, you'll see like several item pickups kind of spawn in as well, allowing you to, like, instead of just one chopper, sometimes there's like 4 choppers. So we got quite a bit of coins here. Okay. Nothing crazy, but Some extra cash in our pocket. Went up about 3K. And it'll actually stay active, which could kind of hurt you in terms of like it's stuck there. You stay occupying one of your gobblegum spots for the next half hour, but I don't mind that all so much for these rounds, at least in my game here. But yeah, so any additional chicken eggs for the next 30 minutes are going to be hatching some coins, so we might get a couple extra 100 cash coins in our pocket by when it's all said and done. If you're looking to get the fowl 5-piece trophy, it's string together 5 chickens. Sometimes you could get it from that bonus room like fairly easily. Like a chicken is a very common item to get from the white egg. In this case I only got 4 chickens. But you could also buy chickens from the Slayer Mart and get the trophy super easily. If you're playing casual, you will encounter the Slayer Mart on round 11. You can buy pretty much everything there, and if you don't see the chickens in your shop, just use the reward tokens and you'll see them eventually. Bucket of chicken and 5-minute chicken are the 2 that you want to purchase from the shop for that trophy, and it'll be super easy to do. You can get the trophy in less than 20 minutes. Casual, again, reiterating, you could get the trophy on casual. Reunited with Fidolina. If you want the Camo, Coin Operator, or the calling card for Otazium, those are quote-unquote quest rewards that you need to complete on normal for 80 rounds in order to unlock those. Oh my good lord, this warp distance thing is going to be like the death of me a few more times, I can already tell. I'm going to like warp forward to an electric pole, or there's going to be a zombie like smacking me from across the map, just anticipating that I'm going to pop that or something. The next arena is kind of tough. I'm actually going to use, I think, a gobblegum or 2. Make sure I use my armory. This one is probably the arena that people are going to check out on in their first couple attempts to make it to the boss. We have a full stash of gobblegums, so we can't quite pop any right now, but this is the amalgams. And would you believe me if I told you they were a little tougher a few months ago? Maybe they would be able to suck you in from a distance. So yeah, we're just dropping a bomb. Like, it's already dirty as heck. This is where you just kind of pray for like maybe some good items to spawn in, like a vehicle. It's very easy to get surrounded as such. Kind of shoot my way out of some of this, but the moment a bunch of special enemies spawn in, it might just be case closed for me. Alright, I got some box gloves. These could be helpful. I don't know how much I trust them against certain enemies like the Ravager. But they do instantly kill the amalgams, which is nice. Okay. Bloods are about to expire. Boost there, get out of that. Maybe pop Ether Shroud here in a second. Okay, that worked. So we get some barrels over here, no harm in grabbing them, but I'm not gonna act like they're gonna save my life. Play cautiously with them. And we'll drop the bomb. If you pick up a weapon you don't like, for example, I picked up a LMG, which is obviously weaker than my death machine, you can just drop it by clicking X, square. We should be close to cleaning the round here soon. Hopefully. This is, of course, Hacienda. Again, second Hacienda arena. This is the middle area, first hardpoint location. without the fountain. I wonder if the fountain would have made this like a little easier in terms of like separating the map a bit, but maybe it would have added an extra obstacle to kind of make things tougher. I'm not quite sure. But we got through that round. Had to use 3 pieces of armory and ether shroud, but we are in business here. I'm actually going to pop a respin cycle very soon. That's going to give me a vehicle. So I'm going to pop it right now. It took a while to drop on my head, but you know, eventually it came through. So the tank normally lasts, I believe, 30 seconds. Chopper's going to be a few seconds longer. Should be 40 seconds. Monkey bomb is going to be good to have here once you get out. So you kind of want to stall items, like use my invincibility shield, then grab the monkeys. So again, DOA is a game of kind of timing and burning time, so you don't want to just instantly grab items in all scenarios. You want to play a bit of a waiting game sometimes with when you pick things up. Crossbow would have been nice to pick up just for the speed. The feet and the crossbow would have been very quick. Just the feet alone will be fine for now. I hear Ravagers. I'm going to pop my Ether Shroud. Those guys can be a little pesky, but how quick they are, of course, and the visibility of them. So I'm just going to play it safe there. Drop a bomb here just because I'm not trying to get sniped by these parasites. Probably was safe there, but again, not in the business of just being taken out so easily. We have a mutant injection here that should take us to the end of the round. Getting a bit of flashbacks of rank play, you know. He's top open, top open. There we go. Do have Ether Shroud. Gonna pop it there. Once I hear that sound effect for the Ravagers, like my fingers are already on the bumpers, ready to pop this. I'm not playing around with these fools. Need the boost here just because the doppelgaps are gonna catch up to me otherwise. Again, kind of a counterclockwise mechanic here, trying to shoot your way out of the situation. Look for an opening, create an opening with your strong primary weapon. The zombies do smack you from a little farther away in this game. Normally Fury Seed is a very desirable bait to use, but again, this game might be a little more right stick heavy than left stick movement wise. We do have a guaranteed bonus ring after this. I'm curious what it's going to be. Maybe replenish some of our nukes. Use our Ether Shroud there, just be safe. This max ammo, get a purple ray gun. They're gonna let us move a little quicker, and it's a good weapon to use. Ain't bad, although like have a bit of a seizure where all the purple ray guns bouncing all over the place. Right. Very well. One of the worst bonuses you could get. There's not really any armory here as far as I know, just treasure and some gems. There is a death machine here. We'll grab the death machine first, just kind of clear it. And then also a jet gun. You'll see the writing on the wall, save Fidolina. A nice little touch, I suppose. You don't want every bonus room to be like overpowered. I understand like the notion you want a few that aren't like so desirable. But something like that one, just like there's just like kind of nothing in there, you know. The check-in is not really doing much against these guys. Drop that. Get some box of gloves as my. We call it 10th life reward, although I guess the chalice would be like 11th life reward. Call the first person for a couple seconds. Use my invincibility ring. Once it goes yellow, it's about to expire, so we gotta be careful. Vulnerable to damage once that ring is gone. Box of gloves, I heard them disappear. Mini-map is going to show you where the enemies are. Helpful to use. Rocket launcher and the grenade launcher, not all that great in this game. They kind of like stun the enemies and make them fall down and kind of interrupt your movement. Your pathing as a player, you know, but just staying that first person for the full 60 seconds. I got some use out of it. We're going to use our Ether Shroud here. Almost looking directly into that zombie. So yeah, this definitely a mistake I made here. It's my first time running it. Don't run the warp distance augment on your Ether Shroud. Playing co-op, run the group shroud. On solo, either just put nothing or use one of the other ones. The one where you swap to your dedicated melee weapon, that one does not work on DOA, so you don't put that one. But there is a different major augment that they added for the 07 that maybe is like creates a clone or something. I don't know if that one even works. So if that doesn't work, then you might just be out of luck when it comes to major augments on solo, at least. Soda fountain, I'm spawned at a higher rate. We'll keep that in our back pocket. I'm not even sure if you're supposed to use augments. It seems kind of like a bug that it does work, like a happy accident bug, like it kind of adds an extra layer of depth and strategy, I feel like. Over here we have Liberty Falls, the starting room area. Although the bus says Avalon, so this might be like the Warzone map version. A lot of different spawns on this arena. If you back up to a corner, sometimes they spawn right behind you, so you gotta be careful. Try to get rid of the disciple. Coat of arms is helpful, but eventually they will turn back to enemies, so we have a bit of time before that happens, but make sure I steer clear of them. The Banglers are introduced as enemies here. Their attack with their cannon doesn't one-hit you. Uh-oh. Dropping a bomb. Maybe the nuke monger upgrade would have been nice here, huh? 3 nukes around. We could get our nukes back though, we're chilling. But, The Mangler cannon attack does not one-hit you, but it does have like a bit of a anticipation logic to it. It kind of curves and chases you, you know? It's kind of a little trolly in that regard. So definitely be cautious of it. But I am starting to get a little bit hungry here, but we're gonna push through. Do this in one sitting. Crawlers, you always got to be careful for crawlers. I mean, they already took me out once in that first Hacienda arena. I have this robot suit for the rest of the round. Collect some of this treasure, and we're good to move to the next round here. Papaback up here. That's what makes it so more weapons spawn in. I think it's like about 5 times the rate that they spawn in. Might use decent shroud here in a second. Might be good. Present box, I don't think we got that item so far really. Usually it spawns a spider, but you could get a extra life or something useful. Spiders, you know, you don't want to see a spider per se, present box, but they are easy to kill on this game, so it's not quite like the early days of D-Wave 3 where multiple spiders will spawn in and they're just sniping you. Gonna make my way to that shotgun. This bird would be lovely to use. Sadly, I kind of picked it up in the wrong order. I don't mind the crossbow per se, but I'm gonna drop it here. We have PTSD with all these crawlers. if you're playing in your match, you don't always have to stay at 9 or 10 lives if you're lucky enough to have that many. I'm just trying not to die too often, so if I have armory, I don't mind using it and making it back some other way down the line as the game progresses. Armory doesn't spawn in all that often during normal rounds, but you could buy armory from the Slayer Mart. There are Gobblegums as well that re-equipment is called. That gives you 4 pieces of armory. So there are opportunities to stock back up on it after you use it. Dropping a bomb there. I had a rocket launcher with a Ravager. Like, just lucky if you hit him directly. Also, I am on what they call the one nuke program, as I mentioned earlier. Might as well use it at this point. In terms of cash, there's also other Gobblegums, of course, that you could use to build up cash. Your skip card, it's a red Gobblegum introduced in BO7, gives you 30,000. 30,000 cash. Again, you could crush Gobblegums for cash. You could use tactical diffusion a few times like I did. This is kind of a, one of the more difficult stretches of arenas in the game. The Citadel starting room, the Hacienda P1 area, and starting room of Liberty Falls here. That's a spawn you want to be careful of, all the way in the bottom right by the bus. They could spawn there. I was trying to stall that for as long as possible and maybe wait for my ether shroud to fill up, which it just did. We have a chopper here, so we can chill. With Chalice, whenever you take a death, you respawn a little bit quicker, 3 seconds instead of 5. Get back up on your feet, and also you have the fast boots for 25 seconds upon respawning as well. Very small ability, but something that you do get with Chalice. It's also a very co-op centric fate. There's additional abilities that you get for co-op specifically. Able to revive teammates 3 times quicker than it would take for other teammates to revive you. Your long respawn timer, so once you're out of lives in co-op, normally is 60 seconds until you're back up. In this game, it's, the past couple of DUAs, is 30 seconds with Chalice. Can I get a bonus from here? Maybe a decent one would be nice. Okay, so this isn't terrible. Currently, any death that you take in this does count against you on the scoreboard, but it's not going to take away one of your lives, so as long as you don't care too much about the scoreboard, this is a good opportunity to build up some cash and gems. They give you 10 minutes in here. I don't know if I'm going to spend the whole 10 minutes, but we'll kind of see what we can find. I don't even know. I've only played this so many times. I don't know the exact path you want to take, but that was a bit of a troll by me. So there is a checkpoint system where they usually spawn you pretty close to where you died, so unlike DUA 3 where it would bring you back to the start of the level. So over here is probably the extra life if you kind of crouch down here. Yeah. You could also wall jump in this level. Right there just saved me from falling into the lava. Crab will also give you some hints about using the wall jump if you have your text bubbles on. There's the laser traps here. Once they're red, they're active. Definitely, you know, utilize if you need a rebuild for lives, armory, gold, whatever. This is a good chance to do it. 10 minutes, so you do. Also a good chance to take a break. If you're playing co-op, kind of let your teammates explore some stuff while you kind of do what you have to do. I'm gonna drop down here, see what's happening. You can also crouch in this level. I don't know how far this spike comes, okay. Looks like there's a secret path here for an extra life. That's going to give us a nuke, I believe. This is just kind of a wall jump mechanic. Kind of like Super Meat Boy. Tried wall jump in there, but I think I might have to take the springboard. Uh-oh. There we go. I'm gonna take this back to the other side, see. Should be some more stuff. This is the exit of the level. Okay, well there's still some more stuff up top. I don't want to burn, like, again, we'll 10 minutes, but we'll kind of see up top. Try to drop down on that egg then. The egg is the exit. I'm blind at the bat because I didn't even see that the platform was right next to me. PUA spelled out with the gems up there. Nice touch. Okay, so there's still more stuff up there, but I think we kind of got most of it, so we're chilling. We're back up to 10-9-7, so very much. There's a phrase back in DOA 3 when you got an arcade machine and got a slideways. We would say, all is forgiven. The slideways. That was very much the case there. We do have our Ether Shroud charged up, so we're going to use that here. I did kill some of the zombies with the warp thing, so I guess it kind of worked out. And we have a random snowy round here. destroy that disciple. Like, what killed me? That's also a new feature in this game where it shows you the enemy that killed you, which is kind of helpful for questions like that, like what killed me, the Ravager. But it also could be a little like, a little frustrating too, where it's like when you're playing multiplayer and you see like a kill cam, and it's like, oh, this guy killed me, like, you know. It's like you kind of take it personally sometimes. Like it's almost like the game is taunting you. Like, yeah, you died to the Ravager. Yeah, first person drop, gonna fire my way over there. The max AI per arenas is seemingly higher than in previous games, especially it increases on co-op as well, like substantially, where you can see like 70 enemies on the board at once in a 4-player match, which is, you know, it could obviously get a bit hectic on smaller arenas like this one. We're gonna check our Gobblegum packs here. Maybe, yeah, I guess we'll stick with these ones. Maybe get a support group. Dead drop. I'm gonna skip on that one. Great power. I mean, might as well pop this while we're here, I guess. Protect this 2 times. This precious 2 times we have. Respin cycle, I'll take that one, and I'm just gonna hit until I see a support group, which should be hopefully soon. Yeah, there we go. Make sure I consume it, and then we'll hop at the teleport. Boy. Good thing that laser wasn't on. So we have the introduction of the Mimic enemies. With a recent update, they have a little more HP, so gotta be careful for them. There are 3 lasers on the map here. When they are RNG, that means they're about to turn on. Pink, purple means they are active. Good thing is they do kill enemies that walk through, but again, they do kill you as well, including 1 hit in first person. First person, you are able to slide under them. guy pulled me into the horde. In other games, the mimics would kind of pose as certain objects. They don't do that here. I thought that would have been maybe kind of cool for them to troll you in certain areas to think they were certain objects. But like imagine you're in the volcano and you see like a fate rock, you know, like a firepower stone. You're like, oh, extra fate stone. Then you go up to it and sadly you get sucked in by a mimic and then uninstall the game. I'm stuck on like a couch at the moment. There's a door over here. I don't know if you guys see. You could actually close this door. They just barge through it anyways, but interesting mechanic. At the end of rounds, the traps are not active. You don't got to worry about that. The silverback will come out sometimes during these rounds if you wait enough, so you're not totally safe. Papaback will come out and try killing you and so forth, which I think is a little unusual since like it's kind of your only chance to break, at least on a co-op. Uh-oh, a lot of manglers. They cover beyond this wall. For the time being. Chalice, I'm already healed. I don't gotta worry too much about that. A risky shroud from me, but it got me away from those exploding doppelgas, so it works for me. Want to use these traps as much to your advantage. Don't always back yourself up to them and hope that they turn off. Just kind of keep a eye on the timing of them, and it's a good idea to make your way over there and hope that it turns off shortly afterwards. For newer players, these are, you know, some of the more difficult arenas kind of in a certain sequence. Again, trust your firepower with these upgrades. Happen to push through these zombies and clear openings fairly easily, as long as you hit your shots. At least know that my left side is covered with that trap just turning on. Now circle back and get out of here. Grab that and just clear it, drop it off the board, get it out of the way. Some fast boots up here, not too bad to have. Circle back down over here. Alright, moving along. This is the Black Ops 6 gunfight face-off map. The name of which escapes me, but it was added early on into the life cycle of Black Ops 6 as a DLC type map. It's like a museum, art gallery type area. Trap is about to turn on, so I'm not going to risk running through it. So this one just turned off. Power down here. Grab a Chimbrella. DUA 2 had an umbrella drop that spawned in the skulls, for those who remember the skull mechanic from that game. And DUA 3 got rid of the skulls, but they had the umbrella pick up returned in the form of spawning gems instead of skulls, so that's, you know, the distinction. When, you know, instead of saying umbrella, it'd be a gembrella, as opposed to the old umbrella that gave skulls. I hear a mangler firing at me. That mangler shot could also kind of push you into an electric pole or similar, so I have two of them coming for me. This is a nightmare. Luckily that statue blocked it. See how they curve around? That's the dog. To buy a 60-minute dog from the Slayer Mart, it's very pricey. I wouldn't recommend it per se unless you have leftover cash. Maybe later on into the game have it last where it carries over into the round 80 boss fight. But again, I like to invest in the permanent upgrades, things that are going to last the whole match, especially if you plan on playing past round 80. The electric orbs, the Tesla balls, whatever you want to call them, they are, of course, a returning drop from every DUA game. Upon contact with the enemies, it'll kind of cause a wonder-off chain reaction and kill nearby enemies. Alright, we got a bonus room here. Let's see what we get. Power room. Okay, we haven't got this one yet. Gonna be 2 mutant injections. I'll grab one. We'll get the speed boost and a nuke. Very good. Might as well grab these boxing gloves, I guess. Also, there's gonna be some hidden armory here to the side. There's gonna be 2 more boosts. I'll max out on those and 1 more nuke. So definitely a good little bonus room to restock on some armory. With the mutant injection, obviously it's first-person view, and it's a pretty nice looking, you know. That trap is about to turn on, so we're going to use our ether. We did have crate power, so we keep our kind of measly multiplier 3 times. I was talking to one of my DOA buddies yesterday, and I was asking him, I'm like, "Do you think I should run this warp distance augment on Ethan Crowd, or is it just gonna like troll me?" You know, and he was just like, "Yeah, probably it will." And seeing that real time here. Okie dokie. We didn't use any gobblegums at arena, so we're just going to move on to the next one. Nothing to hit for at this point. This is going to bring us to everybody's favorite area. They just added Nuketown, the multiplayer yesterday. That's been here on DOA for a week. Population 0 is the challenge round name, and it introduces these mannequin enemies that kind of act a bit odd. You'll shoot them a bit, they'll get stunned, play dead for a bit, and they reanimate, come to life, and control you when you least expect this. So I'm going to pop this field upgrade ahead of time. I am not in the business of warping myself into the school bus. A little different than the actual multiplayer map. There are two school buses here rather than a school bus and a truck. I would have liked to see the truck just for a little bit of variety and for the sake of call-outs as well, but I think it's not a huge deal. This round's a little dirty, so just keep it moving. On co-op, you could camp in that lower left corner by the garage, by the house. These cars up above me as well, I'm going to shoot them. They do explode. Looks like they damage the enemy a bit. For playing casual, there's an opportunity to see this arena very early on into your run. Depending on the path you take, you could essentially encounter Nuketown on round 9 for casual. Which is kind of, I think, intentional in terms of exposing something very familiar to people at an early stage of the game. Because if you're playing normal, a lot of people are not going to get this far to where they even see Nuketown. Probably good to pass. Again, the pulls are very forgiving on this game. On some DOAs, you know, you kind of scrape up against a wall, or in this case a school bus, and kind of collide with the pole, but it looks like it's good here. This is the Black Ops 6 version in Nuketown, the winter or snowy Nuketown, holiday Nuketown I think it was called, that they had around Christmas time, 2024. Speaking of Christmas, usually my community and I work on some DUA themed Christmas songs. Christmas-themed DOA songs, I guess, around the holidays. No word yet on any ideas we have for this year, but it's kind of been an annual tradition we've been doing since 2021. And that's a tradition right there. We're getting a long arm by a zombie at the end of the round. They just earned their life. That'd be like positive COD timer. And our most recent Christmas song actually uses footage from the holiday Nuketown, so kind of funny how that worked out, where it's featured as an arena. A lot of parasites. This might be an ether shroud situation here. When you do use ether shroud, it kind of pops your camera back a bit. First person round. And we're closing in on 3 hours, 15 minutes. DUA 3 would be looking at maybe the tail end of the run, depending on how quickly you're progressing through the wild and so forth. As I said here, we have another 20 rounds and change. Part of the reason, apart from just an extra 16 rounds, which obviously is going to add to the length of the game, part of the reason too is the bonus rooms. You know, you're guaranteed a bonus room on almost every arena, like I said, at the end of the third round. I'm not sure if that's something that would be changed at some point. Like it kind of has its pros and cons. Like, no, I didn't even see that guy where I thought he was dead. It kind of has its pros and cons where it kind of eliminates like an RNG luck factor. Like everybody gets a bonus room at the end of the third round, but at the same time I kind of liked some of the luck components of the older games. You could maybe get back-to-back bonus rooms, but you could also go 5 or 6 rounds without one as well, or some scenarios, so it kind of adds a little bit of variance, where every time you took that arena exit you didn't know what was kind of in store for you. If you were kind of down bad, there was always a chance your game would be saved with the bonus room. In this game, you could manufacture other bonus rooms on other rounds by purchasing them through the Slayer Mart. So currently there are 3 abilities that would allow for that. One of them is called This or That. Spawns either a Kaboom or a Power Room, which is one we just recently got with the nukes and the boosts and the mutant injection. There's another one called Arcade Break, which guarantees an arcade machine at the very start of the next round. You gotta make sure you pick it up, though. If you don't pick it up, you're not gonna get that bonus room. And then the final one is called Random Bonus Room, which allows for, you guessed it, a random bonus room. Although there was a bug recently, it might have got patched, or if it's not patched, it's gonna be patched very soon, I imagine, where the random bonus room could sometimes spawn in like a second Room of Fate, which is clearly a bug, but kind of humorous. Some players were using that to get like a permanent Furious Feed as their second fade, and triple faded with the Divine Fates from the Slayer Mart, so kind of an interesting mechanic that people were exploiting for a bit. Again, it's, by the time you're listening to this, it's probably been patched days ago, or will be patched by the time you end up playing, so don't go spending all your Slayer bucks on random bonus rooms, because you might just end up with a Bang Bolt. But yeah, essentially you get those bonus rooms, and you would get them at the end of the following round, so there would be ways to get bonus rooms on rounds that are not the third round, Yeah, you could kind of camp here on solo. Pink blinking away, let's see if we can get there in time. So a lot of people were kind of talking pre-launch and then even after the game came out in terms of like, what DOA does this remind them of? Like some people were saying like it leans a little more in the direction of DOA 2 rather than 3. I think it kind of takes a lot of elements from 2 and 3, along with adding just like some new things together, like the Slayer Mart, right? But even through the Slayer Mart, like most of the upgrades are upgrades that are repurposed or taken from DOA 2. So like the upgrade system is kind of very DOA 2-esque. Then there's little quality of life changes that call back to DOA 2. So I mentioned earlier, if you have a red weapon or a purple weapon, you move a little bit faster. That's basically how it worked in DOA 2. So there's little things like that that operate the same way. I've seen some people though, they're like, this game is nothing like DOA 3, and they're kind of complaining about it. Which, if that was let's assume it was nothing like DOA 3, there's nothing like wrong with that per se in terms of just like changing up the experience, right? I mean, DOA 3 is like arguably my favorite in the franchise, so like I obviously would like it to be like DOA 3, but some people think it's not. But the thing is, there's a lot of the game that is DOA 3-esque in my opinion. A lot of it is kind of like the superficial things, like the font used and the artwork and the logo for the game is pretty much just like DOA 3.5. There's a mountain chasing. A lot of the gameplay mechanics and the way certain item pickups work and so forth. I mean, a lot of it reminds me of this reminds me more of DOA 3 than any DOA game. I mean, you load into the island, and there were people kind of thinking, people were leaving comments on like some gameplay that was released before the game launched from content creators. There were some comments of like, is this just DOA remastered? Like you see the island, you see Poppy's Pirate Plunder, and it's like, this is very similar to DOA 3. But as you progress, it obviously kind of branches off into its own thing. We have the Nuke Yard Hazard Zone, which is guaranteed on the Nuketown Arena. So, opportunity to build up some coins and also get some upgrades from the Slayer Mart here. Going back to like the RNG elements, I think that's, in my opinion, one of the things lacking from the bonus rooms in this game. DOA 3 with the key system and the presence of key chests, there's a lot more variance in terms of how your bonus rooms played out, just in very small ways. Like, we'll use like the Dark Crypt for example. We got a Dark Crypt earlier. It's going to play the same way every time. You go up to the top, there's going to be some spiders that ambush you. You go to the bottom, there's going to be small little chests. There's some randomness in terms of what you get from the chest, but nothing like crazy in terms of like, oh, I got some super good item from here. DOA 3 on the other hand, you're going through a Dark Crypt, and there's a chance of a key spawn at the bottom. There's a chance of a Divine Shield potion at the bottom. There are 2 key chests, which allow you for massive multiplier opportunities. When you open those key chests, there's a 10% chance of a key return from them, a 20% chance of a life return. You got some of that, you know, slots, RNG, dopamine type of feeling from stuff like that. And that's just a very small example. Another example is Poppy's Pirate Plunder. The big Poppy's chest, there was a chance of 3 key returns when opening that in DOA 3. This game, much more limited loot, does have the 2 pieces of armor though. So let's see what we're going to purchase here. I mean, some of these are pretty good. I don't want to spend too much time highlighting them. Like Ren's Barrel right now gives you a permanent barrel. It's not the best, but it's a permanent barrel. Like it's hard not to kind of get some use out of that. I think we're just going to re-roll here. Like Nukemonger, I don't quite need. Maybe an armor plate. Useful Infusion will make me heal 3 times quicker in total rather than 2.5, but I'm still healing very quickly. Gonna re-roll some more here. Not that we could afford all that much. Re-roll again. Maybe Brain Rot could be kind of cool to use, right? Let's try Brain Rot. I'm sure this is gonna like backfire spectacularly with my augments that I have on it. Buy an armor plate maybe. And we'll save our money for now because there's gonna be another opportunity. Well, actually, we gotta buy Diesel Demon. This is gonna make our vehicles last longer. 25% longer, not much, but it counts. And you know, we gotta represent the Diesel Demons. Many of the Slayer Mart abilities were kind of already set in stone by the time I was playtesting, but there are a decent chunk of them. Like I didn't go and count per se, or I kind of even lost track of a few of them. But I would say there's about a dozen or so in there that I contributed ideas for in terms of the ability and also the name. Round 60, 75% of the way through in terms of total rounds. We are going to hit the cap soon, I feel like, in terms of how long the rounds take, so it's not going to scale too much more than what these rounds are taking in terms of round length. Look at that, 2 first persons in this arena. There is currently a kill cap of 14,999, which carries over from BO6 zombies. thing that maybe is fixed down the line. Speaking of fixing things and patches and updates, you know, I think sometimes people see certain things in DUA games and they kind of get scared, like, oh, this is not working, this is broken, this is, you know, yada yada. It's like there's a lot of updates that happen to DUA games, DUA 2 and 3 specifically, and a lot of that is up to the community to kind of give good post-launch feedback. But they are, like, historically speaking, DUA 2 and 3, and I guess DUA 4 in the future, like, these are some of the most, like, in tune, you know, community developer relationship type of modes probably in, like, many games, and especially Call of Duty, so I think if players don't kind of take advantage of that as much as they should in terms of sharing their feedback, you know, they'd rather kind of complain into the void rather than make, you know, thoughtful posts on Reddit or Twitter where they offer feedback on the game, because that feedback is read by the developers and something that is taken into account. Obviously, not every suggestion is something that could be implemented, but it's always good to share your feedback regardless, I think. Especially if this is a mode that you like to play or are passionate about. Alright, we're good to go. We're not really using many gobblegums. Maybe we got to change that here soon, but I don't want to use too many because then people are gonna say like, oh, you got to burn all these good gums to beat the game. You know, you don't have to. Obviously, it helps. This is the normal mode once again. Pre-launch, it was marketed as standard, but at some point it turned to normal. Apart from casual, which I've mentioned a couple times already as well, there is hardcore coming sometime post-launch, and that has been announced to strip away the Slayer Mart feature, the gobblegum usage, and so forth. Armor plate. Is this? Am I playing on like some new patch or something? Armor plates are spawning in. So this arena, I'm not quite sure where it's from exactly, but the enemies introduced in this one are kind of like the electric pole zombies in previous games. That go around placing poles if you don't kill them in time. This arena is the beginning of a stretch of a couple of not so bad arenas, I feel like. It's a very wide open space, unlike some of the previous ones, of course. Co-op, you could camp in the bottom right corner very well. Maps rotate every time, so it would be top left next round. So this bottom right area is very good for co-op. Holding it down in the corner. Solo, move around, big map. Firepower, you should be pretty solid on this. Did by Brain Rot, right? Is my Ether Shroud even moving up? Brain Rot, kind of the idea behind buying it as well, is it inflicts some elemental damage on certain enemies who have it as their elemental weakness, so I believe that should be the Mimic, who's a little tanky. Should also be the Abomination, who we might be seeing soonish. Boxing gloves there in the holes to the left. the roads at a Papaback is pretty grueling. No doubt about that. In terms of just the length of the rounds, the total game, I should say. That pole, wow, you can squeeze by that pole. Do I have like Ether Crowd charged up, or it's just not showing? Doesn't look like that bar is filled at all. So again, this is camping over here in the top left corner. The only new additions with weapons in this COA are the jet gun and the Wonder Roth. Wonder Roth spawns in during normal rounds. Jet gun, again, you can only purchase as a 5-minute upgrade from the Slayer Mart or from winning either the Ren's Rally or Mushroom Motor X race. Okay, there we go. I'm doing more damage to the Mimic. Looks like 450 a shot rather than 300. My Ether Shroud does work. Be a little trolly if it doesn't show me like an indicator in terms of it being charged or not. Okay, it's charging now. We're in business. Save and quit is a great feature on paper. In terms of, you know, if you're playing a game, especially to round 80, you're a little bored or you get a little tired and you want to maybe play a different mode, you want to play zombies, you want to play multiplayer, you know, feel a little crazy, you want to play campaign. Currently there are some bugs associated with it where you don't come back with like ammo mods or the Ren's barrel, which I outlined a few rounds ago. Most stuff it seems like you do come back with, like your fade upgrades and field upgrades, things of that nature, but again it is like a little buggy, so just keep in mind when you save and quit, there might be certain items you don't launch back in with. So the ones I've heard again are Ren's barrel, ammo mods, and I heard someone say there's a really cool war machine which makes it to where your weapons start at purple but decay 3 times quicker, so there might be more. I'm sure it's something that's going to be fixed at some point, so this warning could be obsolete here very soon, but just something to keep in mind. I've also been seeing reports of people like getting the trophy when they game over on the boss fight, which is kind of common. I guess something that works out in people's favor. Oh God, I can't believe it, we died. Oh wait, got the trophy. Although the colon card and Camo do not unlock from that as far as I heard. So if you're game overing on normal, getting the trophy, you still might be missing out on that Camo that you want. Just got a raindrops, red gum. We'll take those. Yeah, this is one of the easier arenas, I would say, compared to some of the ones that preceded this. Robot over there. An arcade. Jeez, should we grab this? Why not? Well, I guess why not? I want to say we're still guaranteed like a bonus from even if we don't grab it. But the good thing about the arcades is they have points in them usually. So. Good chance to drink some water. The characters make some kind of goofy sounds in this game. DOA3, they would only make those sounds if you had tech bubbles on. In this game, it just kind of happens regardless. There we go. Talking about sequencing or drops again. Another vehicle. So in the past couple DOAs, we would be approaching the boss fight next round. Well, Jimbola. I might be inclined to like stick around here for a second and grab some of these. At least get it 4 times. That one landed on the roof. Rolled back down. So part of the reason it's so hard to build your multiplayer on this game, apart from it using the same kind of system as DOA 3, which was much more difficult to build your multiplayer compared to the first 2 DOAs. The reason it differs from DOA 3 is there isn't a wild area with key chests and keys and so forth to build up your multiplayer. But speaking of DOA 3 wild, we have a Kari exit. These ghosts will kill you in 1 hit, so be careful. This hazard zone is a hazard zone for a reason. If you die here, you will take a death, lose a life. I'll show you guys this area on the right. I don't normally go here, but I guess we ought to see what the game has to offer. 10-minute bonus room, just like in DOA 3. There was an Akari exit room added post-launch in August of 2021. Did I jump there? Oh, nope. I guess I should have been a little more patient. But high risk, high reward. Give you speed boost. We'll use the free one to get that. And alright, that works out. We don't even need to grab it. Again, when you have max lives and pick up an extra life, it'll give you a piece of armory that you don't have. So, kind of similar to some of my gripes with the other bonus rooms, this one, especially when you compare it to Akari and DOA 3, it kind of has some of the same issues that I outlined earlier in terms of the RNG component. Once you play through this one it's a really cool bonus room, don't get me wrong, but once you play through it a couple times, it's all the loot is fixed in the same areas, all the enemies are fixed in the same areas. Akari was like one of the biggest gambles in the UA 3 in terms of not just like sometimes the safety of the player, if you weren't too used to it, but also the crazy luck factor. You could open up a Mart lair and it could have 3 keys inside of it. That was like hitting the lottery. Got a nuke over there that you could jump over to. I don't need it, so I'm not gonna bother. This area over here is pretty much taken from the UA 3, although looks quite a bit different. But obviously a callback to that. And then for the rest of the Akari level, it's pretty much brand new. Over here, we're gonna have a first-person area. You do have an invincibility ring that lets you kind of go by these, this first laser and some of these zombies. This laser kills you in one hit, so just be careful. Once you get over here, I think I'm starting to lose my voice again. Once you get over here, you're gonna have some enemies, so just be careful. Clear the first. And you want to crouch underneath this bush here. This is a little risky. Again, these ground spikes are gonna kill you in one hit, and the laser, so just try to time it the right way. Get this extra life. Probably gonna put me, does it put me in a vehicle, or what does it do? Maybe not in a bonus room. I think the zip line, you're gonna get some coins. At the very end of this level, we are gonna get a Slayer Mart encounter to purchase some upgrades if we like. We are kind of running a little short on time. We're about halfway through the bonus room. Jump over to that nuke if you want. Just be careful, of course, with all the lava and such. I'm gonna grab it just for the invincibility frame, just dropping a bomb. Could be a mangling response to my left here. Stuck in there, shooting me through the wall. I appreciate the strategy at it. These rocks won't one-hit you, but they could obviously deal a lot of damage. Be careful, just kind of try to make a gap in between them. Oh, I'm gonna drop a bomb. I got knocked over into one. Always good to have your finger on the bumpers or triggers, whatever you use. We're gonna head over to the left side here and pick up an extra life, which is gonna give us a nuke since we're already maxed on lives. And we got a nice little D-weight tax here. These spikes here are a little tricky, so just be careful. You gotta use the wall jump mechanic. Be some zombies that spawn in, but they give you boxing gloves. And just crouch over here and you'll drop into the extra life. A lot of camera changes in this bonus room. And we're good. We're going to take this motorcycle, which is a very short-lived ride, over to these gems, and immediately brings us to underboss battle, a repeat of the one from the top of the volcano. I'd rather not think back to what happened there, but luckily I don't have an armor plate here, so maybe we should be in business. I'm going to pop an Ether Shroud because I'm actually going to earn it back by just collecting the loot at the end of this level. Fairly easy boss fight. He'd be looking like Winnie the Pooh with the fight he put up there. We are going to have another Slayer Mart encounter here soon, so we don't have to buy anything per se here. Although I am kind of unsure of what I even want to buy at this point. Especially with some of the price increases, I can't quite afford anything even right now. Yeah. Keep our money. Feel like I might have to buy a reroll token at some point. The mutant injection, of course, is a score streak you can purchase in Black Ops 6 Zombies, and I guess this game as well, BO7 Zombies. The treasure, if you're curious, the treasure does give different values depending on what type of treasure it is. The gold is typically more valuable than silver. And bigger the silver piece is, like a silver sack, is worth more in terms of score than a silver bar, although in terms of score multiplier, it works the same way as ZUA3, which I imagine it does. All pieces of treasure essentially do the same for your score multiplier. The only exception was ZUA3, the skull coin, would give you more in terms of your multiplier progression. Maybe the golden cow, golden bull is kind of like that in this game. I haven't quite tested it so far. Next arena, we might pop a Gobblegum. It's time to use some of these and showcase some of the abilities, I think. I do have a Discord server that will be linked in the description as well in case you're interested in interacting with some other DUA players in the community, including myself. The server initially, this particular one was created in early 2021. It wasn't per se like just a DUA server, and it still isn't strictly a DUA server, even though like obviously there's a lot of DUA activity going on in it right now. But you know, through DUA 3, I mean, some people in the community I've been friends with since DUA 1 over a decade ago. There's also a lot of cool people I met through DUA 3 who were viewers of my YouTube or Twitch, and eventually became my friends. So definitely a lot of cool people, and I imagine there'll be more people who kind of trickle on in for DUA 4. So that's always exciting. We got another raindrops. Not complaining, but raindrops is actually very good in this game because it gives you the discount in the Slayer Mart shop. So yeah, I'm definitely not complaining. But over here we have a tornado, a unique little ability or enemy hazard that will slow you down and seal your item pickups and damage you as well. This is where Divine Chalice comes handy. It'll kind of go around the map in a cycle, but also kind of target you as well when it gets close to you. But nothing you can't manage with enough practice. The arena itself is not all that difficult, but you do gotta be conscious of this environmental hazard and make sure it doesn't steal too many of your good pickups, although sometimes you can't really control that. But right there, it's going for the chicken. You're not going to take my friend. Also introduces the Elder Disciples, which we saw earlier in the Slayer arenas. Definitely on the Z-Rex one, if not earlier. If you're playing co-op, like a two-player match, I'm not quite sure what the second best fate is. It would be either Feed or Fortune, if I had to guess. Probably Feed. Fortune is not too shabby to run in a maybe solo match, but solo, you're able to pick all the drops up for yourself. Co-op, sometimes you gotta share. It can be a little tricky to do that. But most, if not all, items do last longer with Fortune in this game. Monkey Bombs included, which is not always the case in previous DUAs. DUA 1 and 3, the Monkey Bombs did not last longer with Fortune. Vortexes, for the first time in the franchise, do last longer with Fortune. And if you stack it with some abilities from the Slayer Mart, Fortune could be pretty useful in terms of just how long you could burn time sitting in vehicles and similar. I was having a bit of issue with my bullets connecting with those guys. So I'll just play it safe, use the Ether Shroud. I don't know if playing it safe and using Ether Shroud with the warp distance belong in the same sentence, but I'm gonna drop a bomb here. Keep in mind, you could go through the middle section here, but zombies could also kind of linger here and give you a little surprise. There we go, there's the vortex. It should bring us to a 5 times, assuming it doesn't steal all our gems. It doesn't look like it's taken them, well maybe it took a few. At least if it did take anything, it wasn't much. the multiplier bar kind of lags a bit on this game. You see how it's still going up? Like it might hit a 5 times by the time I go through the door. In previous EOAs, it would be like almost instantaneous in terms of how, you know, picking up the gem is being reflected on the multiplier bar in real time. So, interesting thing. Also important to keep in mind that this is, I think I mentioned it earlier, but this is the first DUA that's on a different engine compared to the first 3, so, you know, there are going to be some of these discrepancies in the way that things work. Oh, it's going to take my first person, huh? That's fine, that's fine. Next time I'm trapped, I'm going to either use a shroud or a boost. I want to make sure I don't go too low on my nukes here. If you're curious what Old the Fates do, because it could be a little overwhelming, especially if you're new to the series, figuring out what each fate does. I do have a video, I just made it yesterday actually, going over the fate abilities and also the upgrade paths for each of the 4 classic fates. So, and also, you know, talking about Divine Shield and Divine Chalice if you're trying to determine which one you should take in your run. There is a bug currently in the game where you could buy Shield and Chalice. Assuming you buy them from the same Slayer Mart, which obviously requires having a lot of cash stored up at some point. But that's something that's going to be patched at some point, so it's not really... You know, people keep leaving comments like, Rambo, you could do this. You know, it's like, okay. I could make a video about it, I guess, and let people know, but the video is going to be very obsolete. Even elements of this video are going to be a bit outdated eventually. I did a similar video on my channel for DUA 3 around the same time, like about a week after the game launched. It ended up being my most popular video on the channel to date. And, you know, it was a very early patch of the game. It was a week after the game came out, so... What you're seeing right now on your screen, if you are watching this far into the video of the game, it's going to look mostly the same when you're playing in a few months from now or a year from now, but... There are going to be certain bugs that killed me in this game that are fixed. There's going to be some maybe different item pickups or enemies for certain areas. That's always possible. Enemies might behave a little differently. They might be a little stronger, a little weaker. So little things like that that you just got to keep in mind in terms of how the game progresses over time. But a lot of the same tactics and strategies and principles carry over regardless in terms of how to approach the game and play it. Got a little close there, but we have a strong weapon, and his brain rod is kind of helping for these mimics as well. Okay, we're at the end of the round. Just at the 4-hour mark in our gameplay. It's gonna be a long playthrough here for myself, for others. I'm hoping we clear it in under 5 hours because I am. Like I said, between my eyes, which are, by the way, so blurry from that ointment I put on. Between my eyes, then being a little bit hungry, and everything in between, you know, I would like to wrap up this game. Before the end of the year. This guy's on my tail. We are going to get a guaranteed bonus room at the end of this round, and we are approaching the third and final Slayer arena, which we'll be seeing at the end of the arena. So again, if you were playing a co-op match, it could be a good opportunity to kind of regroup before the boss and take a break. Also, one final guaranteed opportunity to upgrade your character as well. So, I'm gonna use a speed boost there. Many things kind of damaging him. The tank is still there. I didn't take the tank. That's actually surprising. I don't know if I could get there in time. It's gonna circle back and take it, you know. That's fine though, as long as we don't die. It's almost definitely going to take that tank, yeah. In this place we got a sentry gun. Is that an even trade? Not really, but we'll take it. This map I'm not quite sure where it's from either. It just seems like it could be a Black Ops 7 area somewhere. Probably campaign, could be maybe part of a multiplayer map. I don't think it's Black Ops 6 though. I did say I was going to use gobble gums, but one of my gums is making items spawn more often, which just means more items being taken by the tornado. One of those things that takes practice, but you know, you just got to keep an eye on kind of the whole map. Obviously concentrate on your character and see what's happening next to you, but also be ways about plotting your next move, kind of thinking a few steps ahead as much as possible. I mean, sometimes there's not much you can do. You always have situations where you got to use a piece of armory to survive. And the game gives you, you know, armory for a reason. You gotta use it, and you can replenish it in some ways, including this bonus room, which has some armory. So again, any deaths you take in currently in this room count against the scoreboard, but not against your actual lives. You'll see that little yellow shield indicating you cannot lose lives in here. This bonus is called the Deep Descent. It shows your progress on the right side in terms of how many floors, how kind of far you are. Also, it shows on the left side next to your HUD, it'll show what floor you're currently on. So right now I'm on floor 25, about a quarter of the way through. You do take full damage in here, which is a little trolling. You know, just heal a bit. Some of these tiles break as indicated by a different texture on them, so something to keep in mind. Spikes don't kill you instantly, but they do damage you in here. Looks like we got most of our stuff back here. If you die, there is a bit of a checkpoint system here as well. You get to the end, it says 101 spelled out in gems. Okay, we got some stuff out of that. I just realized, like, this recording might be so long that... Oh, shoot, these parasites are a little tricky. This recording might be so long that it's like, it reaches the max file size for, like, a single YouTube upload. I mean, there's some workarounds to that in terms of compressing the file and yada yada, but... we'll see what happens. Hopefully, nothing crazy. Knock on wood, my ether shroud is behaving so far, the past few rounds. Also, the storm will inflict some ice damage to the enemies. It doesn't seem like much, but at the very least it's doing something to them. Also, I noticed it'll show your ammo mod elemental thing, like the little skull, the bones, the brain rot symbol. I'm using my shield items. Kind of like a weird little thing. I'm not really doing brain rot damage, but it shows for shield items, I guess. Or at least the boxing ones. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Dropping a bomb. Around here. And we will now be entering our third and final Slayer arena. Alright, here we go. The tornado will follow us over to Slayer Arena, but it will be gone for the rest of this playthrough then. Got the crab in the middle under the ice. There's an upstairs area, make sure you utilize that as well. You have these snowmans that fire their snowballs at you, to damage you. Beware the pattern in which it's spinning around. Some people are naturally going to feel like it's a bit tedious and difficult and maybe unreasonable to play 5 hours of normal difficulty to get the rewards. The rewards they're just bonuses, like you don't have to get them. But you know, it's not something you're capable of doing on your own. I do probably plan on hosting more open lobbies in the future, helping out people at random. So I've only done 2 so far, but in the past for DOA 3 I did like 80 something open lobbies and even other quote unquote carries that were entitled as such. So over 300 people on that game I helped with the trophy, and a good chunk of them as well with the Dark Ops challenge, which was completing the boss fight specifically without dying. By the way, you could always abort these Slayer arenas, although I wouldn't recommend it in terms of missing out on the opportunity to get coins and upgrade your character. But yeah, helped a lot of people in that game with the trophy and the Dark Ops. On this game, there isn't any Dark Ops that we've found so far, and nothing got leaked so far in terms of people data mining Dark Ops challenges. If I had to guess, there has to be at least one DUA related Dark Ops, although maybe not, who knows. Like, for example, man down. We have 3 R's for chilling. For example, DUA. I don't know what I was saying actually. DUA 3 had 2 Dark Ops, one for a billion score, which naturally takes time for players to get. There could be something similar for this game, and we'll find out in a couple of weeks or whenever somebody gets that. But definitely not one on this game for beating the boss fight without dying. People have done that, have not gotten it. I don't think I'm picking up any clocks this fight. Very few. Gotta make sure I collect these points for that bonus. I'm not even halfway through. Vehicle's about to expire. We gotta start looking for a new vehicle. This thing could also take your vehicle, so it's not gonna be conscious of that as well. The Mega Abomination from MW3 is gonna spawn in. I'll use a chopper on him. Switch over actually to this injection. Not doing a whole lot of damage to this. Luckily though, even if I have to fight him on foot, my firepower does a lot of damage to him. Is coins even spawning in anymore? I need some extra coins. They are, okay. I got I'm like on the hunt for some. Oh shit. I didn't even collect all these coins. Oh damn it. Okay, so interesting. Even sucking in those coins, I didn't fill up the bar there, so that's my fault. I guess I won't get as much. We'll see what bonus I get, if any. I'm at 28,000. Okay, give me 20,000 anyways. I don't know what filling up the bar does then. Apart from just obviously you want to collect as much as possible. Each coin is worth 100 cash. So this is going to be most likely our final opportunity, unless we get lucky, to buy upgrades from the shop. So 48,000. Nova free might be good, I think. Like, I'm actually going to buy it, I think. It's going to make it to where Nova gas movement penalty doesn't slow me down from anything. There's going to be a few enemies that do slow me down in the future. We'll pop on... What else? Armor plate? Why not? We'll get some reroll tokens. Boxing gloves last longer, 60% longer. I like that. We're gonna buy that. And we'll buy, get this thing just for some extra boosts. Why not? And a 5-minute chicken, why not as well? Might as well spend our money while we have it. I gotta be honest, I kind of have to take a leak here. So over here we have Swamp Nut Drain. That's so subtle name for the challenge round, but these guys are very deadly if you don't have the Nova free upgrade. Even if you have it though, they could damage you if they explode close to you. So they can't slow you with their gas, but they could damage you if you kill them up close and personal. So just beware. You'll also notice there's 3 nukes at the waterfall top right, kind of like blood pool there. Drop a bomb here, dirty. We need 3 nukes. Well, we're gonna use a boost and grab them while we're here. So just boost up there and we'll need 3 nukes. Guys are dangerous. I feel like I'm about to explode. You also gotta be careful when you have shield items. Like it just they'll blow up the shield items. They could actually kind of backfire. The chicken wasn't a bad investment per se. It was a pretty cheap item and kind of adds a extra level of firepower. Quite literally in this case. Extra high isn't too shabby either on this round. Let's see where they're spawning. Speed boost. I'm fairly weak at the moment. round that doesn't want to end, huh? I thought these were the toxic zombies from Shattered Vale, especially with it being this area seems like it's from Shattered Vale with the dinosaur in the middle. But I think somebody was saying these enemies might be from like a campaign or something? Not quite sure, but I'm gonna drop another bomb here because it'd be dirty as heck. So loud, those enemies. I forgot there was even music playing in the background. You'll notice a little red indicator by me. That's the timer for my 5-minute chicken. The thing is like a health bar, but it's just like a timer bar. So we're around 70. We're getting there, folks. Still watching, it's kind of a minor miracle. That you've made it this long. Shows a certain dedication to learning the craft. Might be time to switch back to the high camera. Visibility could be a little tough with some of the zombies blending in with the terrain. Those ravagers were thinking about killing me while I was shrouded. The nerve on those fools. I just considered the fact that my game audio might be pretty loud compared to my voice, so hopefully that isn't a huge concern. That'd be kind of trolly, right? Like 5 hours of recording this and it's like you can't even hear me. Apart from the challenge round, this arena isn't all that bad, to be honest with you. It's a fairly large arena to maneuver with. And those little logs on the left side, or those bones, or whatever they are, could kind of be used to your advantage. Just separating the horde. Ether Shroud, when it's working as you like it to, obviously is a bit of a lifesaver. Listen, we have an arcade here. I'm not even gonna pick it up. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's like we're not looking to push this playthrough to 5 hours. And I'm curious if it's gonna give us like a random bonus room instead. Like it would be nice to just max out our armory, but we're gonna skip it and see what happens. Bit of an unlucky death. Zombie spawned out of the left door. Wasn't quite ready for that. But fair. A fair death. We don't always want to be just chilling by the door spawns, but for a game like this, sometimes it's difficult to kind of recognize all the different areas they could spawn from, you know? Be close to the end of the round here. I'm gonna lower the game volume just a tad on OBS, because now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, like some of this stuff is pretty loud in this game. Even though we skipped the arcade, we still got this damn Kari. We already played through this level, so I'm not gonna bore you guys with exploring the whole thing. I'm just gonna grab these boosts over here and kind of call it. We'll be able to exit by going back to the beginning here. So we gotta be careful with these ghosts. And we're gonna abort the mission. I guess this is yet another arena where I forgot to use my gobblegums, but that's okay. Seems like sometimes there's a bit of an elevation issue on this arena with hitting the enemies. In the water specifically. utilize this drop-down area to the left to your advantage as much as possible, I would say. The coat of arms pickup, where it turns them into friendlies with the red icon above them. It's not a bad drop, of course, but this game, the way it works in some regard, it could be a little risky in terms of you don't know exactly when they're turning back unless you're keeping a mental note on the timer of it. It's probably like around 20 seconds or so that they are turned for. The UA-3, if you shot them while they were turned, they would turn back to enemies, so, you know, not that you want to do that, but at least if you do shoot them, you know they're going to turn into an enemy and you can kill them. On this game, shooting them doesn't do anything. You just gotta wait for the timer to expire, then they flip back to enemies. So yeah, some of this anti-kiting logic here where they can speed up and move to different areas. Try to disrupt your training on the map. Though of course it's a bit unintentional that I'm quote-unquote kiting. Just certain enemies, such a big map and there's so many enemies, there's some enemies that are not getting the love and care of my death machine. Holy moly, that's a fast Ravager. That looks like it might be the end of the round soon. Or not. Yeah, you can see right now with the death machine just able to plow through boards. Just make sure you keep moving. Don't sit still trying to shoot an opening. It's always a move and a bit of a run and gun game. Look for openings, look for paths that open up. If not just naturally, you gotta make an opening sometimes to your weapon. Use this one shot to the disciple. Two shot, I don't know, but he dropped pretty quickly. Alright, we're moving on to the next arena here. Three by two. This is the abominations, not the mega abominations, but just the standard abominations that you would see in Black Ops 6 Zombies. Now this might be a good arena for me to pop a couple of gobblegums on, so I'll do that in a second when I get my bearings. These guys are a little tanky. They'll also shoot you with their laser attack, which doesn't instantly kill you, but it does a lot of regressive damage and kind of has a bit of a, you know, anticipation logic to it. Ooh, the brain rod is helpful. Pop our ether shroud and get rid of this guy over here. Chicken egg out of the present box, better than fighters, right? Trying to pop a gobblegum while also trying to like fight for my life. Like, let's survive first, and then we can pop this gobble. Okay, we're gonna do soda fountain, so items are gonna spawn at a much higher clip. These things also damage you, apart from slowing you, which they can't slow me since I have Nova 3 from the Slayer Mar shop, but do slow you down. Right there, I probably should have just dropped a bomb. I mean, too many zombies cracked out from the little spores on the map. Did I even pop this gobblegum? Where are the drops at? Here's one. That guy is super fast. Holy moly. Looking for these item pickups from my gobblegum, and I'm just not really seeing much of anything. Yeah, items seems to be spawning at exactly the same rate that they normally do. I think this is supposed to be like 4 or 5 times the rate if this gobblegum is working as intended. And I'm pretty, it's worked in other games. Maybe it's just bugged out in this case, I don't know. A while since we've had a first person, but a very nice looking arena. This is from the tomb, I believe, next to the ice staff area, I think. They call it like the Origins Mount. I don't know. Played the tomb, but this doesn't look like exactly similar to me. I guess like over here, maybe. I am playing on the Xbox Series X. I also have the game on Battle.net, but I gotta lower some of my graphics on Battle.net so it doesn't quite look as good as Xbox. For me, at least. I guess if you have a really, really good PC, you could obviously surpass console. might have to play on. Like, I don't mind extra high here per se. It's just if there's so many spawns, like, it's kind of helpful. But yeah, these purple spores are going to increase the movement speed of the enemy and also slow down yours if you don't have Nova Free. So definitely something you got to watch out for. Pop Ether Shroud here. Seems like a good time to use it. Oh, now I'm seeing a lot of items. Got one down here, two up there. Take some of these gems. Just play some pole here, which could be a little tricky to get by, I'm sure. If you only care about the trophy, definitely recommend that you take a look at the casual mode. Much more forgiving. The enemies don't one-hit you on that. Also have the ability to play in first person. Much shorter path to the boss. Took me under 2 hours in my playthrough firepower as opposed to this one, which is shaping up to be 5 hours. There we go. We're getting there, folks. Whether or not the Gobblegum was working, it is now expired, so that's a thing of the past. I don't think we necessarily have to use any for this, the remainder of this arena, but something important to mention is the next arena you cannot use Gobblegums on. Out of there. You can pop them at the end of round 76, but you cannot use them during the jungle arena. Drop a bomb. So actually, like, I might as well use Respin Cycle. Like, it's not going to be something I could use next arena. we were going to be guaranteed one last bonus room. Jungle is not a guarantee for a bonus room. You could get an arcade machine on the third round. Although probably not going to be likely in this scenario. We've already got a couple of arcade machines this game. So Jungle does operate differently in that regard, and also the ability to use gums during it. Again, you could use gums during Jungle on casual. But if you have some good gums, ones that last 5-10 minutes, those are probably the ones you want to use right before you enter the Jungle Arena. The arena right here, or the end of the round, I should say. Bonus room, let's see what we get here. Hanger, I mean, 2 nukes. I'll take it actually, it's not terrible. Even though, like, I don't know where I am. There I am. Grab the chopper instead of the tank. In case I kind of shot the spore early to kind of minimize how many enemies kind of run through it and get sped up. We do have an Aether Shroud that we should probably use here soonish. Right now would be a good time, I think. Spend your time going through the Gobblegums, see which ones are, I mean, there's a lot of good ones. Phoenix up gives everybody in the team an extra life. It's good to kind of spin for those at the end of arenas. You don't want to be stockpiling too many Gobblegums over time. You know, this might be kind of a good time to use them on something like DUA when you're going for the clear or for the camo or whatever. I could be popping like a support group every arena, you know, 5 minutes of monkey bombs every arena, and combine that with a couple other abilities, and you're in pretty good shape at that point. A little too fast, a little too furious. I don't know. That was interesting. Guess time for Ether Shroud. I'm just getting, like, minced by absurdities at this point. Got a little plan up my sleeve, though, at the end of the arena here. Something I just mentioned a minute ago. Just to be safe, err on the side of caution. We're gonna get ourselves a little phoenixed up. There we go. Hopefully I get assumed because I gotta take a leak so badly my back piece is bloating at this point. Switch Gobblegum pack. We got Phoenix up over here. No, don't want that one. Killjoy, don't want that one either. Hold on, what the heck? We'll take it. Oh, never mind, it's gone. Soda Fountain, that one then we're quite in our favor this arena. We're getting there, we're getting there. No. There we go. Alright, we're gonna pop our support group and we're on to the next arena. So even though there's no Gobblegums available in this arena, they do transfer over from the previous round, so should be 5 minutes of monkey bombs, replacing old normal item pickups. So gold and weapons will still spawn in, but instead of saw blades and whatever else, it'll be nothing but monkey bombs, which is pretty helpful, I think, because it kind of buys you time. I'm gonna stall this monkey until I'm out of, you know, Ether Shroud. That's kind of the way to, the fundamental strategy to it all. We got another monkey waiting for us when that's over. I guess that a monkey, that would be clutch. Jungle Arena is always the final arena in each of the DOA games. This one looks most similar to one from DOA 3. The exception of this railway over here, which ties into the G-Spawn Easter egg that I was talking about many, many rounds ago at this point. It feels like maybe even yesterday I was talking about that. Not sure if it's going to play into our boss fight in this case, but I'll kind of talk more about it as we get closer. Brain zombie. Yeah, I don't know. He was just kind of sitting there. Felt a little funny about that guy. He's up to no good, so I just dropped the bomb on his forehead. End it around. Okay. Can't see how much of my gobble gum I have left, of course, with no gums available on this, but should be maybe another minute or so. And we just passed the 5-hour mark, folks. Yeah, well, there's just too many different areas they come from. Golden eggs give you free lives. I don't know if we've seen any golden eggs this game. Maybe kind of off screen. Missed them or something. We got some monkey bombs in us. That Ravager is so short, he almost like just tanked all my bullets. Whizzed by his head. Pick up down there. Vortex should be good to hopefully get to like a 3 times or so, but we'll see. At least it'll give us our Ether Shroud if we get it in time.
we're missing out on a lot of these gems, unfortunately. Level 50, huh? Okay. Our XP tokens are, we pop 4 hours, so we haven't been on double XP for a while here, unless it applied mid-match. Abomination might cause some problems here in a second. Damn, this guy doesn't want to stop shooting. There we go. Injection, we're in business. Like trying to take cover behind the rocket as much as possible, but he's a man on a mission. That was Mimics, Doppelgas, and the Ravagers all at once. I did try using a speed boost, but it didn't quite. Maybe I clicked it a second too late once he grabbed me. I kind of got stuck in like some lip in the corner. Yeah, I'm not going to use another piece of armoring after just using one. This umbrella should get me back up to a bit of a multiplier at the very least. By a bit, I mean like a 2 times. Got no guaranteed bonus from here at the end of the 3rd round. Unless you get that arcade machine to spawn in on this round. And here we go. A few more minutes and then we'll get to the Papaback boss fight. My voice is still here, I think. This is, you know, it's a bit of a cramped arena, especially when they spawn a few of the specials at once. So it's like kind of high up there in terms of the difficulty tier of all the different levels that you visit. There's that middle stretch of arenas that might be kind of brutal for newer players, like the Hacienda Courtyard and Liberty Falls First Room area, yada yada. The Papaback isn't all that tanky, especially with the Death Machine, I imagine, so we should see kind of what happens. His moveset is like, maybe it's kind of like a matter of getting used to it, but his moveset is like kind of a little unpredictable sometimes in terms of like, is he actually about to use a boost attack, yada yada. You don't want to be spinning next to the toxic zombies. Arcade machine, huh? We can't get a bonus room at the end of this arena. It's the very final level, but we'll pick it up. It'll clear some zombies from the board. But basically, that would make it to where we get a bonus room at the end of round 81. Shroud. And then a round coming up here. Currently, you don't need all that much arsenal. You know, I have more than enough here to clear the boss fight. Boss fight, and a little cutscene will appear. The TVs in the background and this railway with the minecart that he's going to pull out is related to kind of that Easter egg, quote unquote. Once that Easter egg triggers, the boss fight becomes a little tougher in paper. Like, he gains some health, he pulls out a ray gun that he uses as a move, although he kind of has trouble hitting his shots. The idea is he'll jetpack onto an area next to the minecart, and you got to shoot the box in time to prevent it from moving. If you don't shoot it, it's going to move quicker, and the quicker it moves along the railway, essentially it's going to eventually reach the destination of those TVs and trigger that cutscene. There he goes right there, so we're going to shoot that box. If you want to see the cutscene happen, then you would not shoot that box, essentially. throws his pipe, it looks like. Although, again, I don't know how... I haven't died to it yet. I don't know how good of a move it is from old Papaback. Red shotgun might be kind of nice against him. Whenever you die to him, just go up next to him and shoot him a bunch. Take advantage of those invincibility rings. Hide behind the rocket for the boost attack as well. He'll kind of get stuck behind that, not know what to do. Grab the sentry gun, might be helpful. I'm actually going to let that minecart move along, see if it does, how quickly it moves. I don't mind the boss fight getting a little tougher eventually here to demonstrate. Get by these poles? Oh wow. Very forgiving. Uh-oh, that minecart's about to troll me. Yeah, so you would shoot those boxes if you don't want the fight to get harder, but I guess it'll be cool for this kind of playthrough to demonstrate it, see what it looks like. Go. As a cutscene. G-Spawn, a reference to the G-Spawn error in DUA 1 many, many years ago, where the game would crash, usually on round 1. That was kind of... So he'll gain a new move here where he shoots his ray gun. I wonder kind of when he's going to decide to do that. Seems a little faster now. Yeah, he's about to shoot his ray gun here. Yeah, you can barely see it, but he's shooting his ray gun at me right now. And again, like he's not the best shot, and he's also kind of bombarded by like 20 coat of arms zombies. Gonna pop Ether Shroud and just pop Papaback out of his misery. You can see him with the ray gun again. He thinks he's cute. Uh-oh. I might have spoken too soon. Oh, you got him. Papaback defeated. Drops you a bunch of coins, and you can spend them here on the Slayer Mart if you wish to continue your match and push some of the rounds. Fidolina saved. Friend is safe, and a song fills your heart. I'm kind of getting sick and tired of saving this bird. Maybe next time we just kind of let it fend for its own. A lot of coins here. Gobblegum machine if you want to hit it. 5-minute break. It's up to you really what you want to buy here. So, you know, long term, like I want to upgrade my Fatefully, like Nuke Monger. This would be probably helpful to get. You know, we do have an arcade machine next round, so we don't need to buy like a bonus room per se, but you can kind of go through, see what you like, maybe an armor plate. If you do continue on playing, most people probably, after 5 hours, they're like, get me out of here, I want to quit the game, you know? So that's kind of up to you in terms of what you want to invest in for the rest of the match. I'm just going to quickly pause the match and turn off something in my settings here. That way I could capture the cutscene nicely, so I'll be quiet here for the cutscene. So when you beat the game, it continues. Rounds become longer, enemies continue to scale in health and speed, so on and so forth. So I think that's going to wrap up the video. So thanks for everyone who tuned in and watched. Timestamps are in the description below. Peace and love.